What is up, everybody? We are back in the house Thursday night. You know what that means. Toss one back Thursday. What else would it mean? It's Thursday night. So, Todd, can you hear me? Todd's disappearing again. But hopefully you all can hear me out there as we introduce. We always got to have changes that take place, keeping things fresh, keeping things alive. And 2023, next month will be 8 years on this channel, and got to mix some things up. And mixing it up we are, as we're going to add a new member to the team. Not that guy, because you know that guy already. So,
I mean, sometimes it's like.
But we are bringing in Mal as a part of the team here for the Toss One Back Thursday. So you will be seeing her a lot more, and at least right now, like I think every other week, and in her hand. So we gotta keep things moving along as we look to do some stuff. And I asked Mal about joining as part of the team, and she was very enthused, I would say, to join. I think you were enthused. Maybe I read that wrong. I don't know. But
any excuse to get to talk to you two, I'll take it every time.
I was gonna say I'm not sure there's anything to be enthused about there, but
we're a diverse and inclusive channel, so we try to get everybody in that we can, right? So for 2023, Mal, it is great to have you aboard as now being a part of it, and being the first actually female member that we've had on the team. So it's always been dudes and stuff like that. So big round of applause to you for. And of course, all of our people that watch, they all know you for the most part now. So I'm sure they're excited to have you on here as well. As Chu represents the Arsenio Hall contingent back there. So, but if you're new here, you know what we do Thursday nights. We actually kick back. We have some beers. We talk some beer. We talk some not beer, depending what we get into. Have you hopefully laugh a little bit and enjoy as we try to get you to wind down for the weekend. So that being said, shout out to the people in the chat already arriving. The usual suspects. We got JT in the house. And we got Gilbert in the house as well. So Gilbert, who may have a Rogerless team, it looks like, in the off season here. So I don't think Gilbert is really broken up about that. I think he was ready to divorce from Aaron way before the season started. So I think he'll be okay. So, but Aaron might be a Raider, as Chris Berman used to say back in the day. They may try to get him out there with Devontae Adams, and somebody that can actually catch the ball from Aaron Rodgers.
As long as the Colts don't go for him, I'm all for wherever he goes.
Yeah. Honestly, how important is catching really?
Well, some rather catch, some rather run. That's a whole different discussion. Depends where you're at. Some spots you definitely want to pitch and not catch. So yeah. JT says hello to Mal and Chu as well. So
I'm glad I'm not the one who said that. I'm glad that was you.
Yeah, it's me tonight. It would have been Shannon if she was here. So I'm feeling in her spot too. So. No, it's all about the laughs and the fun, and of course the beer. So talking to the beer, since Mal, you're the newest one here to the channel. What are you drinking tonight?
Okay, so my husband and I went to Sketchbook Brewing Company in Evanston, Illinois today, and we filmed a full episode. We rode the train back and stopped at Ravinia Brewing Company and had a couple beers there. And then we got home, and I had 15 minutes before signing on with you. Because I've had an exhaustive amount of beer today, I am starting tonight. I hope you'll forgive me because it is the last toast to dry January. I'm starting tonight with a Heineken 0.0.
0.0. That's the first timer.
Yes.
Oh,
So we picked up some dry January. I review a couple of the non-alcoholic beers for January, of course, and we had a couple extras in the fridge, and I was like, I'm going to ease into this evening because we have been drinking literally since about 11 a.m.
It's a good day. Good day of drinking.
yeah. You can drink all day if you don't start early. So
Yeah.
That's
I
right.
just needed
That's right.
tiny break, and then I'm going to pop into something else a little more my speed. So I hope you'll forgive me on a Heineken. By the way, this tastes better than regular Heineken, in my opinion.
really,
The non-alcoholic tastes better. Wow.
I think so. This is less skunky. I kind of love that it's less skunky. I don't know. So
Did you do a review? Did you do a review on the channel? About
yeah. We did a 60-second sip on the 0.0.
Nice.
It's quite nice. I was surprised.
Still not my favorite.
No, it's still not a favorite, of course. But I mean, if you have to chill out, like I do after today,
so
this was a good option.
So since you've been drinking all day, drinking one of those now, can you tell any difference?
I mean, of course you can tell a difference. You don't taste any alcohol, so it definitely sticks out. But honestly, the flavor itself, if I think of it just as something that I'm drinking, not something that not an alcoholic beverage that I'm drinking, but just a beverage, it tastes fine. It's nice. It's refreshing. I get a hop kick. I can get by on this if I need to take a teensy little break before getting back into the beer.
So flavored water.
Normal one later.
Yeah, I will be having a normal one in a little bit. So I just wanted to give myself a little moment to come down. Because honestly, we rode the train in, so we were drinking on the train there. We drank on the train back, and I just need a pause.
All right, yeah.
I think she's just nervous about being on your channel, Ramsey.
That's true.
She's been here many a time.
I know. I was just a little nervous.
Now I guess in the physical capacity, maybe she's a little nervous. What do you got there, Todd? What are you drinking?
So this is another one from the Average Joe in the beer mill. He sent me 2 weeks ago, I guess it is now. This is from Mass Landing, and it is S'more Gunner's Daughter. What's the thing? He just had it up for review on his channel not too long ago.
Nice.
This is a milk stout with chocolate and natural flavors, whatever the hell that
Yeah.
5.5% ABV.
It's all American natural flavors.
Right.
You say 5% ABV?
5.5.
Wow, you're starting really low tonight.
I know.
Take it easy, sliding in. Usually you're starting double digits when you start. So yeah. Oh, let's see here.
It's the other way around. No, we start at like 12, 13% and then go backwards. Maybe sometimes, maybe not. I'll be there.
Doing that to make me feel better.
Yeah,
since I'm
right.
off tomorrow, then
It's like we're all going up the step ladder there. So Chu says hello to everyone there. Big Daddy's in the house. Cheers, all you sipping a Yingling. He had a trunk load of Yingling, so he's definitely got something to work through there. Are you doing the regular Yingling, the black and tan? Are you taking it easy with the flight or the light? Or are you doing the Hershey's? Because he has all of them. He picked them out when he got the Yingling. Dude was like kid in the candy store. Yeah, go like Peace to Rogers. Yeah, he's not going to miss him. Just send him a Christmas card. Erie's in the house. Cheers, Erie. What is happening, my friend? Good to see you.
I still says I have the Hershey's in the refrigerator too as well.
You got a Hershey's? You got a Hershey's? Really?
The Hershey's Yingling.
Yeah.
Shannon bought them, and as Shannon does, she hasn't drank them yet, so you know.
But she had them before though, didn't she?
Yeah. She does like those.
Yeah. And Erie actually got her contacts, so she's getting used to that now. So it seems to be working out well, making the transition over. And I put out there, so make sure to join our latest member on her channel if you haven't yet, too, for the stuff that she puts up. And let's see here, drinking a Kozel Czech dark lager. Sun, that was with the sun in with yogurt. Paul's in the house. Cheers,
That's
Paul. He says 5.5 should be 15.5, but they still want 20 a 4-pack. Oh, that much? Really? Wow.
Wow.
Better be a damn good beer. Watching the latest Poker Face. I don't think I've seen that. Is that a new show? Latest Poker Face?
It's a Lady Gaga song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that came to my mind was
Big Daddy's drinking the reg, not the unleaded, but the regular. So there you go. Let's see, it's been pretty good so far. Excellent. I'm glad you're getting adjusted to them. I know you had a fear of poking yourself in the eye. I mean, I think we all did when we first started wearing contacts, but once you start wearing them, it's just like second nature. You don't even think about it. So just all used to it. So the beer that I'm actually going to drink here, I don't know which one I'm going to drink yet. So I'll do like I did last week. So Mal, since Shannon did it last week, left, right, or middle?
Let's go right.
Go right. All
no,
right.
my right. No, my right.
So this is one I'm going to actually crack open. So I went to the cellar. I'm not in a cellar, I'm in an apartment, but they were in the cellar, which are now a closet, so to speak. And so what beers do I want to try that I haven't had maybe for a bit of time? And actually, I'm going to get into the Eclipse bottles. So this is the 2021 Eclipse. So you got the fancy wax labels, you know, it's a
Ooh.
yeah, right. So
I get to watch you struggle
Classy.
taking that off.
this is the Mexican. I'm trying to get in front of this camera. Mexican chocolate,
Ooh.
and it is barrel aged imperial stout. Put on the old man readers here. Oh, so we got it with cocoa, vanilla, lactose, cinnamon, and cayenne pepper.
Ooh.
Imperial stout brewed with all that stuff and
Natural.
aged in natural flavors, probably somewhere in there. Aged in cinnamon whiskey and rye whiskey barrels.
Ooh.
Probably like a little what's that one that what's it in the little yellow thing?
Fireball?
Fireball?
Like a little fireball cinnamon, probably, I would think. Probably
Well,
16.9
cinnamon
ounce
whiskey,
bottle. This one 10.3% ABV. So got that there. And it says enjoy at 50 to 55 degrees. So it's kind of getting our side out for a bit here. There's some writing on the back. So I will have a review on these, but I have a few of these. Actually, this was one that I picked up, and I mean, it was a good deal. It was a good deal. So I got this at one of the stores, and I say go to sell, but these were actually already aged at the store. But I got this from one of the places in Baltimore. So usually these were going for, I think it was 20, let's say 20 something a bottle or whatever. And they had a surplus. I was able to get them off the shelves. So they knocked them down to like $6.99 a bottle.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. So
That's great.
So I got it the first time I went, then I went back and they had more. So I'm like, well, let's get back in and get some more. And I got some more, and I came back again. They had some more, so I got some more because I can hold these for a bit. So then I actually cracked it a little bit. So it was aged for me a little bit. I did get this last year, but they had it from the year before too. Just got to find my bottle.
You know what else they probably fit in nicely, right? Is a box that mails.
Maybe, yeah. I gotta take a look there. Problem with the wax things, you always got to like cut off the damn thing. So
yes, I said it's gonna be fun to watch you try to tear into that one.
No, you got to raise it up a little so we can watch this process here.
I keep a knife around. No, it's not.
No, I found a Jewel Osco near me that had Goose Island, Bourbon County for $5 a bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dave from Beerfront said it was Jewel that he went to, and they were all the variants, everything like down that price.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Didn't he?
So they had too many of them.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Wish I could get some deals like that around here.
Well, you still need to come visit me.
This is the best one. This is the best bottle opener ever. From Grand Cru.
The screw.
It's a nail in a piece of wood.
Nail, yeah.
If I can get it under the damn thing. I might need a bigger knife here. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Oh,
80s classic.
Crocodile Dundee reference. That made me happy.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Loving it.
That's an old classic flick.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Crocodile Dundee 2, because that was when he was in New York and the other guy pulled a knife on him. He was like, oh, that's not a knife.
Yeah.
Did you know there was a third one for that too, where he's in like LA?
Yeah, I think the third was straight to VHS when it came
Yeah,
out.
I never saw the third one, but yeah, he definitely went to LA for the third one.
Yeah.
That was a B-side movie.
Yeah, at least. Ooh. That's got a nice little aroma to it. Nice little notes on the nose. Let it sit there for a little bit before I get into it. So, but yeah, I got a few of these. And when you see these deals and the stuff you can hold, you might as well scoop them up, you know. You just hold on to them.
Especially at that price where you can hold on to them for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
JT said, latest Poker Faces new show on Peacock starring Natasha Lyonne. I don't know who that is, though, either.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember seeing that now, but I couldn't remember what the name of it was.
You know who Natasha Lyonne is?
Yeah.
Has she been in other stuff?
Yeah, she was, if it's one I'm thinking of, as the girl who's in American Pie. Kind of has like the roughy, like the real curly, reddish colored hair.
The one from Band Camp?
No, not her.
Because she had red hair.
The one that was kind of like the teaching the guys what to do to have sex and stuff or whatever.
And that was in the first one?
She was in, I think she was in all of those.
Because it wasn't Stifler's mom, because that's what you call him. She's
No,
on
not
White
Stifler.
Lotus. Which I have not watched White Lotus. I hear a lot of good things about White Lotus, but I've never watched it.
What was the name of that show? Oh, what was her name? Natasha.
Natasha Lyonne. Leon. Big Daddy switched over to a patisserie mint chocolate chip milk stout from Energy City.
Oh yeah, and she was in Orange is the New Black. Also.
Oh, I never
that's
watched
a
that
good one.
either.
That girl. That one.
Oh, okay. I've seen her and stuff
Oh.
before. I know. Okay. Yeah.
I've seen the previews for that, but I was like, oh, that looks like that might be pretty good.
Yeah. The patisserie that Big Daddy sent me was pretty good. That was that peanut butter cup that he sent us, Todd.
The mint chocolate
Oh, yeah.
chip is to
Yeah.
die for.
You like it? You've had it pretty solid, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking about cheerleader. My mom wants me to be a cheerleader.
Yeah, Chu just popped in to say, but I'm a cheerleader. That girl, Natasha Lyonne, she was in But I'm a Cheerleader. It
I've
was-
seen
her-
that one.
Her
That's when
family
she
thought
was
she
gay
was
and they
gay and
sent
sent her to
camp
gay
or-
camp to
Okay.
make
Funny.
her not gay anymore. And she's like, but I'm a cheerleader. So, yeah.
That's the one movie I did see her in. I remember.
Yeah.
That was kind of an interesting movie.
Yeah, it was odd.
But I like odd things at times. What is not odd is this beer. This beer is fucking delicious. And
Awesome.
wasn't supposed to say the F word, was I? Because of the whole need to thing.
Oops.
But when it happens, it happens. If it's just that good, how else can you express it by just dropping it out there?
So, Rod,
That
how
is-
many did you buy? Do you know?
I have to look at get on my Untapped to see what I have here. Because I got different versions of different ones. The Mexican chocolate one, and I have the other two here that I may or may not drink depending, because I didn't eat a big dinner and 10.3 starting out. I mean, I can handle it, don't get me wrong. It's just the morning when I got to get up and go to work. Like, Todd's off tomorrow, so he gets to work. I still got to get up. So, Mal, you got to work in the morning, Mal? Or you work later?
So there was a time where I did. However, at the moment, I currently work at 2 breweries, so my hours have changed a bit. I work evenings mostly, and tomorrow I don't work until 5 p.m., so I'm doing good.
Nice.
So both of y'all sleeping in, sons of bitches.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
So, Rod, so
I'm-
each of those
I'm not
bottles
regretting any of it.
$6.99? All of them?
Do what?
All the bottles were $6.99? All the different?
Yeah, we're all. It might have been like $8.99. It was something. I know I saved like $20 a bottle or something, but it was like,
Either way, $6.99,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Nice.
yeah, these are like, I won't say they're on the same level as Goose Island, but they're not that far off of it from Eclipse being known and stuff. So they're pretty popular. And every year they come out Black Friday with their line just like this and everything. So I'm digging it. So it's got a nice little feel to this one here. Trying to say too much, I don't want to give it all away, but
Yeah.
you've got a nice smoothness to it. You get the rye coming through from the barreling. The nice spice from the rye comes into play. You got the chocolate notes, you got the coffee notes, you got a nice sweetness, caramelly type underlying feel to the beer. Goes down smooth on the back end. Start to get a little bit of lacing there on the glass. I mean, it's a well put together beer. This one be scored pretty high when I do the review on it. So I'm happy. And they are, where are they out of? They are out of, see it here. Bottled by, it says in Truckee, California. I never heard that place. It says proudly brewed and bottled by 50/50 Brewing Company in Truckee, California. So maybe these guys are like gypsy type brewery or something. Because it's done at a different brewery, but if someone knows how to brew beer of the state, California is one of them. But yeah, it's very nice. It gets that nice coffee feel to it, which I really like. So if you're a coffee fan and a stout fan, obviously, this is like the best of both worlds with it and everything. That lactose adds that nice smoothness to it. That cocoa, yeah, pretty good.
Nice.
But now that you're actually, in living the brewery life, how's that going? What do you like about it? What do you challenged by it, if anything, or what are you really enjoying? Is it everything you thought it was going to be when you started getting involved with the brewery life?
So Chu and I have been brewery fanatics for about 9 years. And in that 9 years, we've been to, I'd say, over 300 different breweries. We started filming breweries about 1.5 years ago. So we've been a little more focused on like what we're seeing at breweries. And we've come to the conclusion that we're interested in possibly owning a brewery someday.
Okay.
And that being the case, because honestly, we've done case studies on so many different breweries, I was like, okay, that's cool, but we're seeing it from the customer side. We don't know the inside. So I went to a brewery here when I left my last job, and I applied. And I met with the manager, and he started out with general question, why do you want to be a server here at this brewery? And I looked at him and I said, I don't. And he stared at me funny for a second. And then I said, no, dude, I'm gunning for your job, or possibly the owners. I'm not sure who, but yeah, I'm going there. And I said, but in order to do that, I have to figure out how it all works. So I will start at the bottom and work my way up. And he just kind of stared at me for a second. He had 2 other people to interview for the job who both had bartending experience, which that particular brewery has a full bar and does food. So he had 2 other people to interview and said he'd let me know. And 1.5 weeks later, he calls me back and says he gave me the job, which was really funny because I told Chu that day when I got home, there's no way I got that job. And he's like, why didn't you get the job? And I said, because I told him I didn't want it. And but honestly, I've gotten to an age and a personal feeling that I can't deal with being fake and BSing. I have no time for it. So I was straight with him. I said, I really don't want to bust tables and wait tables and bring tacos to children. That is not a thing I want to do. But if it helps me learn how breweries work, I will.
Nice.
It's important. The 2 breweries that I work at, like I said, one's a full bar and has food. It's crazy busy all the time. We have lunch rushes and things. Totally different animal than the other brewery I'm at, which only has beer and has limited hours. When I'm working there, I am the only staff from open to close. I never see any of my coworkers. It's just me.
Oh, wow.
They have a tiny, tiny staff, tiny, tiny place. I am learning both sides of 2 very different breweries at the same time. I'm starting to see how they do marketing. I'm starting to see how they do distribution. I'm starting to see how they do their canning and the kegs and sixtels and how they set up their kegerators or their lines and everything. So I'm learning a little bit at a time every single day, which is super exciting. And I'm just eager to learn every single time I'm there. I'm asking them, oh, how do we do this? How do we do this? It's constant and nonstop. And I hope they're not too annoyed with me for asking so many questions.
No, I don't. I think that shows great initiative. I bet they're happy to have somebody doing that.
But both breweries have asked me to do things that are above and beyond, even though I've only been there a couple months. One has asked me to set up a meeting with a local winery that I'm friends with the managers over there to see about doing a tasting of their port wines to see if they can use some of those barrels for their sours. It's this whole thing like a collab for them. The other brewery has been asking me to do all their events. So I've done a lot of, and it's not like beer fest where you're just handing out tasting cups. It's people come up and talk to you about what is your business about, where are they located, what's going on with it. So I've been doing a lot of that for the other breweries. So between the two, I mean, they're utilizing me at a higher level than they would someone who's just a person who waits tables.
Right.
Which is kind of fun and kind of exciting. I guess they're seeing that I want to move further and they're using that, which is good. Like, I'm happy to help them because they're helping me by teaching me. So it's kind of a fun situation right now. Honestly, I was so miserable with my last job, and I can't tell you how much better my quality of life is since I gave up a high paycheck for 2 $7 an hour jobs.
Right. It's
So
fun.
much
It can be amazing as where the happiness and stuff is, you know, and you know, spend so much of our lives chasing the dollars down, and sometimes you miss out on some of the things that just make you happy. You realize I don't really need all this or need all that, you know, kind of thing. So
I'm so much happier doing this than I was. And no, don't get me wrong, I missed the paycheck, but you know, I'd rather have this.
But you're also, sometimes you take a step back to go 2 or 3 steps forward, you know what I mean? So sometimes you have to do that way, and it works out. And Gina says, I worked my way up to management at my job as well. Good for you, Mallory. So thank you, Gina. And welcome, Gina, to the channel. And that's awesome. And are you able to go back and like watch how they're like doing the brewing? I know you've been in the canning line, all that kind of stuff. So you're kind of getting the ideas about how because that's all like the cool stuff. Like a lot of people think when they go to a brewery, it's all this like sunshine and lollipops. Like, no, there's a lot of grunting that goes back there when you're back there with the beer being done. And it's just like, there's a reason all the guys wear boots or the women wear boots. It's just like, it gets messy back there.
So the hardest thing for breweries is sanitation. That's number one all the time is sanitation. And I went to the owners of both breweries and said, hey, do you need help with sanitation? Because I will come on my days off and just help muck out things. And they went, really? And I said, yes. And they said, do we have to pay you? And I said, not necessarily. I just want to see how it works. And they said, okay. And it's been lovely. So
that's awesome. That gives you great experience. Yeah.
They always pay to have someone. Plus, I'm signing up for a Pink Boots Society soon, which both of those breweries are not connected with Pink Boots. So hopefully we can start pulling some of that into the breweries as well and get like that, you know, females in brewing involved, because that would be amazing to have a little bit more of that. One of the breweries, they've said, hey, set up a time you can come on a brew day and literally go through the whole process with our guys. It'll be great. I'm so excited to do that. Oh my gosh. I just have to figure out when I'm off and they're doing it. So I need to get you connected with
Mickey up there. So Mickey Bryant, she runs Black and Brew Chicago, which is for a lot of the black beer enthusiasts and that kind of stuff too. But they have like a mixed group of diversity. They have other people in there as well. But I know she would love to hook up with you with some stuff there probably and talk there.
That would be amazing. I would love that so much.
Yeah. And then some of the other Pink Boots people that I talk to like on Twitter and stuff. So, you know, that's awesome. So, anything I can do to help push you along, let me know. As always, I'm always here to help, like, you know, like you did. Just tell me what you want, and I will see what I can provide for you. My connections are your connections.
I'll tell you what I want. I want, when Chu and I open a brewery, that you, Rod, and you, Todd, are 2 of our first customers. That's what I want.
That's doable.
The day we open a brewery, I get you 2 down there to be like the first ones in the door, because that would mean
be awesome. That would be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do a live video or something while we're.
I would love that so much.
Yeah. You just let us know. And Emerson's in the house here. So Emerson, what's up, Rod Todd Mallory? I'm enjoying the vodka and whatever I can find in the fridge. Too ready to find nice beer tonight. Yeah. What's that? Milk? Don't do the vodka and milk. Don't do the vodka and milk. Hope you got some cranberry or orange. even water, but don't go milk. Just don't put the milk in there with it. But that reminds me with the rain. Like, so for all the people down there, all of our friends down in Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, y'all be safe out there. You guys have just went through, like, I don't even know what you want to call it, Ice-ageddon. Like, I've never seen that many ice storms in 3 days through those states like before. Like, that used to be the warm parts of the country, right? And they're getting nailed like crazy. Like, it's warmer here in Baltimore than it is like down in Dallas. That's not supposed to happen. Too. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Had any deliveries at work from FedEx because their airport shut down in Houston or wherever they're at in Texas.
Yeah. Dallas shut down like
in like 3 days. So
I think Dallas had 3 out of 4 flights that were shut down out of their airport. So, but did you get anywhere you're at, Todd, too, by the way? Because I think it stopped like just south maybe where you were.
Yeah, no, we didn't get anything.
Yeah. But
but it's not. We haven't had any weather.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, we haven't got any snow here, which I don't miss the snow, that's for sure. But we had like snow this past weekend, they said, and it was like 0.2 inches. Like, usually at this time, it's supposed to be like 9 inches. We got like 0.2. That's fine with me. They had it in Cincinnati. I ain't there no more, but I saw on the news in Cincinnati and people were complaining about all the snow, so I didn't miss it.
We had a rough snowstorm, Saturday, and then we had one right on Christmas, Christmas Eve to Christmas Day. That was a pretty nasty one too, because I was driving up to Michigan to see his family. So, yeah, we had a couple, but honestly, it's been quite a mild winter up here. Yeah. To be honest, it's been pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I know Punxsutawney has said that we got 6 more weeks of winter coming, but it's not been so bad. So hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, they're like groundhog in a skillet. Anybody see Phil? I don't know, but these hamburgers are pretty good. Yeah, but one of my business partners, he's in Michigan, and they had like kind of snow the last weekend up there. They weren't really expecting, I think, and it hit them like 5 or 6 inches. So
yeah, we got about 4 or 5 here.
Yeah. So, but no, it's great along those lines. Oh, and speaking of breweries, Tuesday night, for those of you watching as well, I was actually kind of pumped up to do this. So I'm going to have Liquid Intrusion on the live stream here. So I did their beer a couple weeks ago. I think I did their beer, and they reached out really thanking me for doing that kind of stuff. And I was like, yeah, it was great. I was like, can I get you guys on some point? Let me know. And they're like, oh, we're down. Like, let us know. And we just put it together. So Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern next week, I'm going to actually have them on. We're going to talk about the stuff they're doing out of the DC area with their beers and their Nano Brewery, and kind of get into some of the stuff they're seeing and what they're going through and how they're making beer and the hype around them too, because a lot of people are trying to get their hands on some of their beers and stuff. And one of the few minority breweries out here right now and around this area. So it'll be great to have them on, and we'll spend some time talking to them. So that'll be Tuesday at 8. And I'll put a thing up. If you're on the page, you already see it out there, but I'll share some more stuff on it as we get through the weekend. But kind of stoked about that. I'm going to have more breweries on again. I've talked to more. It's just setting them all up. I had the okay from those of you that know Em. She's been on a few times, Pints and Panels. She had a new book that came out last year. She was open to coming back on. We just never set the date, so I got to reach back out to her. But she always has fun little art paintings that she does with the beers and stuff, so I'll get her back on again. And then some of the other people too. So a lot of good stuff for 2023. One thing I'll say with the channel, I want to get more of the other stuff around beer out there. And we talked about a little bit some, I think, last week too. Still going to do some of the beer reviews. You'll still have the beer reviews coming out. And I'm going to have more of the other stuff coming out. I would do more stuff around beer. I feel like there's just so many people saturated with beer reviews now that the channels, there's so much that's happening there. So I'm going to try to get more of the beer news stories out and more things about techniques around beer, more of the beer education type stuff. For those of you, because I think I'm going to probably go ahead at some point in the next couple of months and do the beer certification exam for the beer certified server, and then I might go to Cicerone after that. I haven't fully decided if we'll do the full thing. The thing is, I know people in the industry, and it's kind of like, yeah, you could do that, but nobody really asked for it type thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like,
yeah.
But if I'm going to be doing more of like the beer, say, influencing type thing, it's kind of nice to have that behind your name that you're just something, okay, this isn't the person that's just making up stuff as they go type thing, you know?
I've been looking into it myself. We have the Siebel Institute right here in Chicago. Plus, you know, the exams are here in Chicago too. So if you're doing that and you're coming out for an exam, we're totally hanging out. You know that, right?
Oh, that definitely, yeah.
You, me, and well, we get JT in there. We get Beer in Front is going to come and hang. I mean, it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I think it'll be just a cool thing to actually do. I mean, I feel like the first one, the certified beer server thing, I actually went on and did a mock thing and just not even really going through stuff. And I think I had like a 68 or something like that and everything. The only thing that threw me off was kind of just some of the more stuff about the styles on a few things. And that was like early last year or something like that. As far as like temperatures and knowing when to have stuff and how to tap, untap keg, all kind of things, that stuff I was fine on. So it's not, I would say, a terribly hard exam to study for as far as the first part. Now, when you get to the Cicerone stuff, that gets a little tougher.
Oh, yeah.
And you have the Cicerone part. I think that gets to where people might stop after that, because after that, you get to the advanced Cicerone. And the advanced Cicerone has been said to be harder than a lot of the bar exams in states for being a lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
And that knocks a lot of people out. And then they get to Master Cicerone. I don't even know what level that's on, but
right?
Yeah, it's like they just added like I think one or two. So yeah, it's like 20 something in the world right now to get to that level. So it's definitely a lot of stuff you got to know as you move up, and it's funny, like the whole base Cicerone. You know, you have the off flavors, all that kind of stuff. You drink enough beer, you kind of know when things are off. You kind of pick that kind of stuff up.
Right.
But then it's pretty much blindfold and just put your finger in it and put it in the wind and tell me what beer style it is. You know, like, you know, it's kind of like, it's like you got to become a Jedi to get to the next levels.
So for the Master Cicerone, it's a 2-day test and it's 10 hours both days. You have verbal, you have written, you have a written test, but you have written on the tastings as well, verbal on the tastings, and then there's another part of the exam too. But it's like crazy, and I think they have it's like a 4% pass rate on it. You have to get 80% or above in order to pass, and it's like only 4% of people who attempt pass. It's insane.
That's crazy.
And I mean, I've got series designations for investing, like Series 6 or 6, and it's like that test is worse than with the test there. That knocks, just to know about how to invest money and stuff. So it's just, it's a different thing. So you think about beer. Beer is this nice little drink that we like to enjoy, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind it and everything like that. And when you're getting into it, having to know the different terms and the different things to know when it's off. And when you're actually crafting a beer, the pH levels and stuff like that you got to do, and then you got to measure the water out so it's not too hard and it's not too soft. Like, the video I did when we went to Mantry years ago, we literally were doing it like kind of part of it in the chemistry lab. Like you went in there, you thought you were back in chemistry class in 10th grade on the test tubes and all kind of stuff out there. So it gets pretty involved.
And I think you have to pass the second level in order to be like a judge at for beer events and things. You can certify to be a judge as well, which is kind of cool. I've actually considered Cicerone myself a couple of times. I've been back and forth on it, but to be able to judge events, that would be pretty neat for beer.
Well, the other route you would have too, I mean, you could go the BJCP route and become a beer judge, and that would be another amount of experience you would gain there as well. So that's another option too. So I think there's two schools of thought on that some people want to go the judge route, some want to go the Cicerone route. I feel like the Cicerone thing is definitely the newer of the two, but it's just like, it is what it is. Let's see, Gilbert said it tastes like beer. That would be his answer on the Cicerone. It tastes like beer. Pass. Judges be like, he's not wrong.
Choose line is that it tastes wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, fail me on that one. How you gonna fail me on that?
Vanessa's in the house. Cheers, Vanessa. Good to see you, my
Hi,
friend.
Vanessa.
Yeah, it tastes like beer. Well, he's not wrong.
Okay, pass.
Yeah. So speaking of things that taste like beer or taste beer, I can pull it up here. Let me take a look. This was something I put on my blog the other day, and people may have seen it on the blog, or they may have seen it on the Facebook page, or maybe even on the Twitter page. The Twitter. If I can find it here. Where did I put it at? Should be right. There we go. View that. And I got way too many screens open. Present. Share screen. All right. So we got this out here happening now, right? Which is I don't know how I feel about this as of yet, right? So I don't know if you've seen this, Mal, yet.
No.
The makers of Hormel Chili and Modest Brewing collaborated on a limited edition beer for the big game. So
I have seen that.
Now it's supposed to be a beer that's supposed to be a perfect chip dip partner to go along with Hormel, chili cheese, and nachos or whatever you're having there for the game day snacks. Award winning, it says on here, they're doing a 4-pack. It's $24 for a 4-pack, party friendly 4-packs. I'm like, 24. You need to get a 16-ounce can, but I'm like, yeah, you're kind of pushing it.
Yeah, right.
Beer, yeah. 24. You're charging one the other half on a 4-pack. So I'm like, I don't know where you're going with this one here. It's definitely the whole novelty of it, but they came up with this for football season, and here's the picture here if I can blow it up. So. I'll have Hormel chili. I got Hormel chili in the cabinet right now. I just never thought of it really being something I want to pair with beer. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on it. Have you thought about?
Is it an IPA? Is that what the style of the beer is, or?
This one is actually, I don't think it's an IPA. I think it is. To go back to it here. Where is it? Why is my thing? Oh, there we go. Okay. That's what it said on here. Drinks as about the game. Crushable American Lager.
Oh, lager.
So an American lager features Minnesota Pilsner, barley malt, and flake corn. Just like a hopped up bud with this delicious corn chip flavor base. Funny how that. Can you just do a Budweiser? You get a corn chip base right off of that right there.
Natural flavors.
Yeah, the Modest does a mix of savory spices and hints of cheddar cheese powder to bring flavors of Hormel chili cheese dip to life. I don't know if I want some cheddar cheese flavor in my beer.
I know that's kind of weird. Like,
if you're eating nachos and the beer falls on the nachos, that's one thing. But to do it on purpose.
Yeah, that's a whole different
The question
story.
is, when it falls on the nachos, do you tilt the nacho plate and drink what comes out? That's the question.
I don't
You would.
tip it. I don't tip it, but I might sop it up.
Soak it up. You'd be okay.
I might be like, that's not bad, but I'm not picking up the plate in the middle of the restaurant. I'm going to drink this down. Not like a bowl of soup, when you finish the soup out.
Like, you animal. What are you doing?
So Chu saw that I ran out of beer, and he brought me up a beer that is from, it says it's from Baltimore, Maryland. There we go.
Oh, is it? What beer did he bring up?
It's Guinness Brewery. Guinness.
Okay. All right. Guinness. Open Guinness.
This is old-fashioned inspired ale aged in Kentucky bourbon barrels with orange and cherry. It's a 10.8%. I've never had this before. You can't see that label
let me
at
blow
all.
it up here because it'll give you a little bit more.
Yeah, I
room
can't.
here. Yeah, it's the old-fashioned one. That is the one they had just brought out here last. I would say it was around November or so when they brought that one out, and I have not done it. I've seen it numerous times. I think it was like 20 a 4-pack, and I'm like, there's so many other craft breweries I'd rather get if I want to spend $20 for a 4-pack.
It doesn't pour like a Guinness. It pours like a Scotch ale or something.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Open Gate is really a nice brewery. I need to go back out and shoot a video of it when I went out there. You're so used to seeing the Guinness stuff in stores that you're kind of looking at as kind of being that macro type brewery. But when you go to the brewery itself here, and you're going to have this next month, you're a month away from getting a Guinness tap house in Chicago.
Yeah.
They've got some incredible small batch stuff they do at the brewery. That is just like, yeah.
That is fun. I'm an old-fashioned drinker. I love whiskey. I love scotch.
Yeah.
All that. That is fun. It is reminiscent of an old-fashioned, but it's still a beer.
You get like orange and like a bitter feel. And
I don't get cherry as much. I get it kind of on the tail end, like the breath. But, that is just peachy. I'm good with that one.
Yeah, so I mean, you get stuff like that out there, and it's like I'm glad they're bottled and distributing it now. But they have some neat stuff they're actually doing at the brewery that it makes it worth the stop to go check them out if you ever come to Baltimore. Because you'll see stuff you won't see anywhere else. And they
if I come to Baltimore, I'll only go where you tell me to go. You know that, right?
Right. I'll get you all over the city here. Which I still need to get to some more of the Baltimore breweries, and some of the people I've met that invited me to come down. I just haven't got out there yet. I'm so comfortable drinking at home most of the time, but I need to get out to the breweries more. I go out and I spend money for the local breweries, but I need to actually go there because, as you know now, there's stuff and the stuff not now, but even when you're doing your travels over the last years, there's only stuff you can get at breweries. Like everything's not available, and you don't see all the cool stuff they're actually doing unless you go. Yeah. So I know I'm missing that part of being out there doing stuff. But it's always funny when you go out and you shoot a video at a brewery too, and like people are always curious, like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
Maybe some people don't want to get in, yeah. But it is fun. It is a blast. So
right back up and grab you.
We definitely just walk up being like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Today.
Well, it's funny when people from the brewery like walk by trying to figure it out too and stuff, and you tell them. And
we
about all the time they're always supportive.
First.
See, I never
always ask permission first.
So you ask permission, I ask forgiveness. That's part of me being in sales. You just do it and you ask for forgiveness. Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it okay if I do it then? Like, let them tell you, So yeah. That's the salesmanship.
We tell them a little bit about our channel and what we're up to and say, hey, is it okay if we showcase your place and say, hey, how amazing you are? Because if we didn't like you, we wouldn't be asking. So usually they're pretty chill with it. And sometimes they get involved, sometimes they don't. But they've actually like called owners, called managers, had those people come in and like do an interview with us, even though they weren't there that day, but they'll come in special because we happen to be there. It's been lovely.
No, that's great.
Really been great.
And even when I've done it there, people have actually came out and I met owners, I met head brewers, all kinds of stuff. Sit down and we go right into it and just do that kind of stuff.
Amazing.
I mean, it's great exposure for them. And honestly, it's easy marketing. If I say that, that's saying that the person actually shooting is enjoying themselves. They're finding good beers. They're finding good stuff to talk about. Now, if you're a terrible brewery, it may not work out as well. You might want to back up and go home. I've never had that happen where I've been at a bad brewery. I've had a friend who has another YouTube channel who one time a brewery told me they weren't allowed there anymore or whatever like that and everything, and you're fired type thing. He's like, you can't fire me. I'm like, I'm a blogger. I just do social media. Like, I don't work for you. Like, well, you're not welcome here anymore type thing. Because he didn't like one of their beers or whatever. But the thing about it is, though, I find in talking, whether it was doing a video or talking like at a beer fest or connecting with people, if it's a fair, honest criticism, it's almost always accepted, pretty much. It's just, the thing that gets them is when they say somebody slams them on Untapped, and it's like, it makes no sense at all. They just slam them for no reason. Like, you didn't like that? Okay, everybody's not going to like everything, but why didn't you like it? Or how come?
You have a reason.
Yeah, you got a reason. Or like somebody will say something dumb like, oh, this beer's too chocolatey. Well, you're drinking a damn stout. It's going to have chocolate tones to it. Like, it's like, it'll be something that they'll say that just won't make sense sometimes. So
1 out of 5, it was a sour and I didn't want a sour. Like, I've seen that. I've actually seen someone be like, it was a sour. I don't like sours. And they gave it 1 out of 5. I'm like, why did you order it?
Yeah. Like,
what are you doing? It drives me crazy, honestly.
Yeah. Well, it's
Untapped
like
is such a mess.
it's the thing too. Some people get too wrapped up into some of the ratings, but here's the thing: like some of these stores, that's where I see it at. They'll put stuff out there like this was rated 89 on Beer Advocate or something. They all have signs and something like that's just everybody has different things. Like don't take it so seriously on a lot of this stuff because
Yeah.
you don't even know how some of these people were rated. Like a lot of times when I do my Untapped, it's just for my own personal satisfaction. And
Same
going
here.
into this year, I started adding ratings to the videos because I've been asked about it a good amount of time in the last few years. And some people follow me on Untapped, some don't. Say, well, I'll put out my personal thing, but it is my personal. I had a video years ago that I did talking about not taking ratings so seriously. And if you're going to rate it, if you're going to put it out there, you want to rate it for style, then rate it for the style is actually like you can't say,
Yes.
I hate sours. It was a 1 out of 5. And it's like, but was it the sour quality? Was supposed to be in this type of sour type thing? If you're going to do that, or, if it's your own personal thing, just say you didn't like it for you. Oh, now you're stepping it up, my friends. You got the barrel aged narwhal. What is the narwhal now for ABV?
Cheers.
This one is, of course, this one's from 2019.
Oh, you went to the cellar as well.
Ooh,
11.9%.
9%?
11.9.
Oh, well, see. Let's see. So you go 11.9. Mal went 10 point what?
10.8.
So you just trying to outshine me now because I started out
No,
with
what
the higher
do you
ABV.
do? Yeah, so you step it up, big boy. Step it up.
No, Todd waited to see what ABV I went for, and then he went and made sure that he got something higher than both of us. That's
like,
what happened.
Sadly enough, I chose like the lower percentage of what I was in the door there. It's like, I don't know, maybe I should just go with this one for now.
We'll see how this one handles.
It's like, I'm sick of drinking some of these.
How can something West taste dry?
Eric, you can have a long conversation with Chew about that. Everything is wet. All beer is wet. That's just how it is.
You have the dry aftertaste, so yeah. I gotta be careful with Gilbert. Sometimes he's not talking about beer. So
I was gonna say
I gotta be careful with him sometimes.
He might be going into the Paul range of
yeah.
And I'm still sticking with sending him to Chew because I'm not having that conversation either.
Mallory, I think I have met you at work. Jefferson Freed, do you buy a lot of haylage? Do you buy
I don't
a
know
lot?
what haylage is,
I don't know
so
what
it's
haylage
not
is.
a thing that I purchase.
Have you been to Jefferson Feed?
It doesn't ring a bell. It sounds like farming
That's
stuff.
what it sounds like. There's no farming in Chicago, really, is there? I mean, you have some outside around the suburbs, maybe out there, outside the city, but
What are you doing? What are you doing?
To beat Todd.
Okay, of course.
You just brought this in to beat
wow.
Todd.
Good job, Chew. He's trying to blind you. Is what he's trying to do.
Some leftover from college. Where'd you go to the cellar for that one?
No, he makes limoncello in the summers.
Oh, that's a hell of a limoncello in Everclear.
Oh yeah, you do one bottle of that, and then you do like all the lemon and the orange and stuff. It's quite nice
It's
if
like
you
a
only
lemon.
use one bottle of that.
It's like a lemon sit your ass down cello. If you use
Wait,
Everclear.
It's a big container. He does a big old barrel of it. So
Perfect beer for my homemade chili is Dragon's Milk Stout. Now,
I like a Doppelbock in a chili.
I've never done a Doppelbock in a chili. I've done a stout in a chili before. The one I actually like in a chili, although I can't get it here now as easy as it did when I was in Kentucky, was Honey Brown. The Honey Brown lager.
Ooh, that
was
good.
really good in the chili.
Oh yeah.
I do some Honey Brown sometimes in beer cheese.
Yeah. That sweetness that comes through fits really nice. $24 for American standards. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like the beer prices. Like I get other half for like anywhere from 19 to 24 now. It's like if you're outpricing them, you better be damn good. What's up, Respired?
So, Rod, do you get a lot of their offerings?
Bologna beer with grilled cheese. What? No bologna beer. Although technically there was hot dog beer, which is pretty close. So yeah.
No, I was saying, do you get many offerings from other half there? Like a wide variety of stuff?
I do now. I got like 4 or 5 different places I found other half at now. So
Well, I mean, like stat, like
like styles.
of-
Well, they have a brewery in DC, so we get some of that distribution up here now.
Oh,
So yeah, so we get like a different, probably about like 7 or 8 different beers I'll see at a time when I go into places. A couple places will have it on kegs, so they'll make them crowlers and stuff for you as well, or growlers if you want them that big. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I mean, the spot in DC was a pretty cool spot they had down there. I didn't really went in and didn't get a chance to really hang down there too much. I grabbed some beers to bring home, but pretty cool spot. Love Dragon's Milk. Always use beer in my chili. A smoky stout or a brown ale is what I use in my chili. Brown ale can add some little bit of a nutty flavor to it. Still watching on my phone, waiting for new logic board to be delivered from China. Oh yeah, because you had the issues there. Yeah. Well, supply chains are supposed to be better now, so you should get it shortly. Hopefully. 8 Pilsner Urquell and 500 milliliter cans for $24. I've not had a Pilsner Urquell in a good amount of time. I do have a Pilsner Urquell glass.
Too.
Yeah. Which, wouldn't that be kind of like, if you were going to say like an OG type lager, that would probably be on the list there. I mean, that's just like one of those classic type lagers to sit back and enjoy.
Yeah.
Vanessa says, does that brewery make the Guinness? They do not. The Foreign Extra Stout is actually made out of Dublin, and then it's shipped to the different spots where it's at. So we now get it in the States. I don't think they started making it there because it was Dublin previously, but it used to be they would send it to spots over in the Caribbean and then spots around China and then parts of Africa. And then when they started sampling it here, it had a good amount of people enjoying it. They started putting it into the States now. So, but the ones they make here, like the Guinness Blonde that people see, that's done out of Baltimore. They might be doing like an extra stout or something that might be out here now. They make the ones kind of designed for the American market more out of the Baltimore spot now. So like the occasionally you'll see, I don't know if they still have it around the state, the Guinness Pale Ale. They were making that out of Baltimore at one point. Some of their other stuff. You might get like some of the what's the one? There's the one like One Mouse got there. They did, but I'm trying to think of the other one they did too. They did one for, I want to say last year around St. Patrick's Day. That was the green and gold label bottle. They did that one as well. So, but it's kind of cool. And they have a big St. Patrick's event. So if you ever go to Baltimore, to pick a time that you want to come like a Guinness, like March is, they like do all the whole thing with the Guinness Village and all kind of like people are lined way back to try to get into it and stuff. So I may try to.
I'm scared to see what Guinness is going to do to Chicago, honestly, for St. Patrick's.
Well, for one,
already crazy.
Well, I was going to say the river will be green. I know that already. What they usually do anyway, but they went to do it for St. Patty's Day when the river was green. It'll be a huge ribbon cutting time. I mean, it'll be like crazy, I'm sure, people to people for that place. So
it'll be nuts.
Yeah. When I talked to the people here in Baltimore a couple months about it, they were ecstatic about it because some of the people here are going to be up there for that too when they do the opening and stuff. So they're pumped. So keep an eye on that. I found a chest freezer for my Keyserville 6-tail cakes. I then put it in large casters. Vanessa's always got her projects.
No.
Yes, she does.
Got Trez in the house. Cheers, Trez. What is up, my friend?
Yes.
Happy Thursday to you. Thanks again for the beers you sent and stuff. So that was cool. And I may crack open the one you sent me for the Brooklyn because I actually had another one of those here too. So I was waiting to see if you would jump on before I crack that open there. Did you ever give brewery tours? No. If he did,
he would have to explain the brewing process to do that. And I'm not sure he entirely grasps the whole thing yet.
Yeah.
I can hear him making noise downstairs, so I know he's listening. But
I was gonna say if he gave him, nobody could see him. He'd be like John Cena because he'd be hiding everywhere.
Yeah. Me.
As far as the videos go, I'm usually the lead on the camera work, or at least in front of the camera.
Yeah.
But like even just like giving someone a tour, It's just not in his nature. He's more of a behind the scenes kind of human in general. More introverted, I guess, is the best term.
Yeah.
So I can't see him leading like a group through a brewery or anything. It would be really interesting to watch.
You might have to learn to.
But
I know. He will
if
have
he
to
was,
figure
if he
it
was
out.
just in a monitor giving the hand signals and point people in different directions, he could do that.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Give him those little lights, you
Right,
know,
this-
so he can do this.
Like he's landing airplanes, you know?
Yes, he knows he'll be fine.
I'm enjoying your brewery shows, Mallory and Chew.
Aw, thanks, Vanessa.
Mojo, hey Trez, Rest Pirate, JT, Vanessa hitting them all. Hello, hey Vanessa. I don't like sours. But don't give it a 1 out of 5. Like going on tap, yeah.
Rod, you know who RS Pirate is, right?
Who?
That's my papa.
Is it? I didn't know that. I
Oh,
did
that's
not know
sad.
that. Wow. Nice to
He
see.
loves tagging along on all the everybody's brewery videos. He just has a blast. So
Well, we get your dad, we get Todd's mom. How was Peggy? Peggy has been on for a bit. Hopefully she's doing all right and everything.
Yeah, she's been sick the last few days, but she's getting over it a little bit now. So
Yeah.
she's probably on here. She just doesn't pop on very much anymore.
Yeah. Narwhal, unicorn of the sea. 9.1. Gilbert, yeah. 420 Imperial IPA.
oh,
You drinking 420 Sweetwater? Yeah, Sweetwater does some nice stuff. Where's your dad at? Is he in Chicago too, or is he down in Atlanta?
He would be 2 hours northwest of Chicago. So go towards the middle of Illinois, almost to the Wisconsin border. He's over there.
Okay.
Okay.
He's almost in Cheeseland.
Just about.
Nice sipping material. Everclear, right? Yeah.
Ew.
You never want to sip Everclear.
I was
You don't
gonna
wanna do
say
that. That's when it burns and stuff.
That's like
But-
Malort. No thanks.
So when I was in college, one of the things I did, I actually ran our university newspaper and sold advertising. Before I did that, I was selling advertising for the paper because I became a business manager. But when I was selling advertising, one of my clients was one of the popular bars and stuff. So I go over there and check out their ads and, pick up their check and all kind of stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, we go there. We have a couple of drinks in there. And he said, well, check this out. Try this or whatever. He gave me like this drink that he had in there and it was like, did a shot or whatever like that. He's like, what do you think? I'm like, seems pretty good enough. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm working on those. Those are like the Everclear shots I'm working on. And I'm like, Everclear, seriously, dude, it's like in the middle of the day. I got to drive this damn van back across to work. And you're getting me buzzed over here on Everclear. You get another one of those? Yeah.
I have a
Hey, I
cousin
have
who
another.
only uses Everclear for Jello shots.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they'll use for their Jello shots.
Well, he was doing it because he was trying to figure out how to get it to freeze and stuff. So yeah.
It's next to impossible.
It is
I'll
next
tell
to
you.
impossible, yeah. But it was liquefied enough that it was good. So it didn't freeze, but it was right. It was close to
Right on the
a
board.
nice chill on it. So yeah,
Mhm.
that was a fun job when I had that. I had a lot of bars, I had a lot of restaurants and stuff. So I was always offered like free meals or free drinks and stuff. So
Nice.
and in college, you get free drinks and free meals. That's half the battle right there.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
That's winning.
Yeah. That might have been the start of the Rod J deal.
I was going to say, that's probably everywhere you've gone, isn't it?
Brown nose are good with chili as well. I agree. Chew makes Polis Trifical.
Tranupka?
What is that? Sounds like a Polish dish. It's awesome. Drinking a Kolsch style ale. Nothing wrong. Kolsch's are always nice and pleasant to drink. Kolsch is a nice crossover style too for people that are coming from the macro side.
Yeah, I agree.
Continues to go. I get brewery tours with Marty Nichelle, instructor for the Beer System program. And another guy sometimes with the handlebar mustache thought maybe it was Chew. Guess not. Somebody's stealing Chew's look. Brewery tours could be fun. I've been on a few. I've never given any brewery tours, but going to some of the spots and getting around and seeing the different things, and it's pretty cool. Yeah. I think at some point to work with a brewery to collaborate on something would be kind of nice. So
Oh yeah.
that'd be kind of a fun thing. That's something I'm seeing some of the other influencers kind of do, but I haven't homebrewed in so long, so it's kind of like I'm kind of missing a little bit, but I don't have time to squeeze it in.
Yeah,
I think I might have to try my hand. I haven't yet, but I've been debating it. I think I might just have to jump right in
It's
and
fun.
give it a shot. I've never done it before. I'm a baker, so I
Yeah.
bake a lot, and I'm good at baking,
there you
but
go.
I've never done brewing. So
It's you already got the sanitation is the biggest part of it. Make sure
Yes.
it
Right.
gets infected type things, and then it's just getting the pods, getting the malts, and there's different kits and stuff they have now that you can actually do stuff to make it a little bit easier than what it was before. It's kind of like when I was a DJ. When I was a DJ, we actually used records, and we did to carry crates of records in, and the equipment and the speakers and all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, these freaking kids walking with like a laptop. Like seriously,
Yeah.
that's all
Yeah.
you got. Like, and
I
it's just
know.
like,
Oh, it's like it's all I need.
yeah, it's like so much easier nowadays for some of these young folk. They didn't put the sweat in like we did.
And you walked uphill both ways to work in gunny sacks on the feet and year-round snowstorms. I know.
No, I walked down. Once I was downhill, I stayed. I said, I'm not coming back.
Carrying younger siblings on your back
Yeah.
with the records. I know. That's how it worked.
Oh man. Yeah. It was back then. Woo. Yeah. It was fun. It was all fun and stuff. But it's just funny. Again, that's just how technology over years changes things, right? So
Oh yeah, it does.
yeah. And I won't say speak of the devil because it's not the devil, of course, but we mentioned her and now she's here. So see, Peggy. Yeah, but yeah, so I am really digging this beer. This beer is really good. So I'm just kind of enjoying it as I go through. And you guys are already on your technically, Matt, you're on your first because you had
I'm on my first. I am on my first.
Ty's on his second, I think. So but
I got through that Heineken pretty quick, but still I'm on my first.
But who's counting, right? Who's counting?
Who's counting? It's not a race. It's not a race.
Right.
Hey, honestly, beer for beer, I think I've got y'all beat for
I was
today.
gonna say you're probably on your 34th beer of the day. So
Just about. I've had a lot.
What kind of beers were there? And what size of beers were there? Were they just tasters?
So we start out we each get a full pint of something. First of all, because I need to calm down before the camera turns on because I get super nervous before I go and film.
You get nervous?
By the way, I was hyperventilating just a smidge before you started today.
No,
just
you weren't.
Just a smidge. I can't help it. It just I have a moment and I like okay, we're good. But no, I definitely get super nervous before the camera turns on. But yeah, so we each have a full pint before we film anything, and that's when I can talk to the people working there, make sure everything's cool if we're filming, let them know when the video will come out, all that stuff. And then we'll film our first flight, which is, the 4 or 5 ounces or whatever, and we split those. And then we film our second round, which will be 4 or 5 ounces. And then we'll usually do a beer in between the 2 rounds, a beer after. But like I said, we had beer on the train going there, and then we had all of that, and then we had beer on the train coming back, and then we stopped at another brewery and had a beer there, and then came home. So yeah, I had a few today.
Like, who's counting? Who's counting?
I feel like you missed an opportunity to make a video. I feel like Beer on the Train could be a pretty cool song, and you guys could have done some beer on video on the train.
Oh, we did 60-second sips on the train today. Yeah,
I feel like it'd be like a Beastie Boys video or something like that. Have the strobe
that would be fun.
Strobe lights, beer on the train.
But no, we did film one beer on the train today. So
there you go.
On the way there. So I wanted to be a little more aware before I filmed that one. So then I get back and I have a non-alcoholic as soon as I sit down to start your show. So
she's all professional coming in here like, what are you doing? Like, all right. We'll give you a chance to warm up. Malta's in the house. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, definitely appreciate you being here, homie. And if you haven't checked out Malted, check out Malted as well. And let me get Malted up. Malted, you should. The last Thursday of the month, we always do like an open thing where I have people on. You should come on and join us sometime here, my friend. me see here. And then your dad.
And he said he's going to be coming to Chicago in July, so I'm going to get to meet him in person. I'm so excited.
Oh, nice. See, your dad lived in a matchbox in the middle of the road, huh?
Oh, yes. Well, all that stuff I said about uphill both ways, gunny sacks on the feet, that's all the stuff he told me when I was a kid about
Yeah,
how
right,
he
yeah.
went to school, and he went to school and then worked at the local textile mill and all the stuff, the worst things you could possibly imagine. I heard all those stories from him as a child.
And it was all true. It was all true.
Yes.
Yeah.
All true.
He was Oliver. He was the little Oliver Twist asking for another bowl of soup.
I think that was
it's
that
funny,
was in a
actually.
parenting book back then, because I think it's the same exact stories I heard as a kid also. So, chapter 1.
So it's funny, actually, when he was 12 or 13, he got his first job cleaning out milk trucks. Milk trucks, they were like the tank trucks.
Yeah.
But he was small because he was 12 or 13, so they would send him down inside a milk truck that had been sitting out in the sun all day to, squeegee the old milk out of the truck. He says that's probably the worst job that has ever existed. And I'd have to agree. It sounds awful. But that paid for his first motorcycle. So,
I mean, the person cleaning a porta potty, that's pretty bad too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Work like row when you need him.
That'd be pretty bad too.
Yeah, that would be bad. Or the sewer, do the sewer. Like Mike Rowe did the sewer episode one time. That was, Yeah. I said it's pretty ratty, but that's kind of cliche. Sewer, but yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do any of those jobs whatsoever. It's funny. Todd and I have talked many times different things, like the History Channel. Sunday, I'll try to catch different shows they do about the things that built America. And then what they're doing now is, they're doing the toys that built America, but they also show the food that built America. And that was like a new one they did. And it was like, I can't remember who it was, but they were like, and I was like, I can't even imagine, but he was like 12 years old, I think, in New Jersey, ran away from home to Chicago to start his own business to make money. Ended up becoming the type. Can't remember who it was. It was one of the ones that were one of the leaders on there. I had to watch it again to see who it was. But I'm like, at 12 years old, thinking about that, going halfway across the country and just, he started out like trying to sell newspapers. And he was like on the streets, kind of. But he ended up becoming like, real rich and stuff as one of these tycoons. But it's just like, I can't even imagine like at 12. Like, it's just, but back then, like you're saying, your dad, young as he was, like 13 or 14, it was a different time. So
yeah, he just commented again about how much it sucked.
Yeah. Not the job that many would envision, for sure. Not the job.
Well, when I was in high school, I worked cleaning hotel rooms. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
In a hotel room?
When people stay in hotel rooms, they don't care.
I can only imagine what I come across.
See, I'm always neat and stuff when I stand. Like I feel bad for people to clean up sometimes. I'm always like curious about how I do stuff.
You're one of the few. Most people
me too, Rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people don't care. They will leave anything and everything. I mean, I was probably 16, 17 years old, and I learned a whole lot about human beings that I never should have known at that age.
Yeah.
It was horrifying. I wouldn't wish that job on anyone. And I cleaned up every single human mess that could ever exist. Yeah. All of them. No, never again.
Cross that one off the list.
Like, no thanks.
I want to cross the ocean to teach. Yeah, that would not be a job I would want either, to be doing something like that. But
no, the teaching was fine. The going across the ocean was
not
fine.
the teaching.
The cleaning hotel rooms was
the cleaning hotel room.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not always the best. People aren't always the best. So.
But I'll tell you, if you ever get a chance to teach in the Caribbean, take it.
In the Caribbean?
It's totally worth it. It's a great place to teach.
Oh, in the Caribbean, I would definitely take it. Yeah.
I might clean up hotel rooms in the Caribbean.
I don't recommend that.
Just saying.
I will never recommend cleaning hotel rooms anywhere ever.
I wouldn't take it probably.
Sing a nice tune while you're cleaning up over there,
Nope.
Kumbaya, my friend.
There's no song that will save that job.
Aruba, Jamaica.
Oh,
All right. Let's see here. Ooh, Matt. Well, you already did. You said right. So really, now I got left or right again because there's no middle.
oh. Well, why'd you pick the middle when I said right?
I did choose right, but now there's only 2 left. If I took the
Ah,
right,
I see. I see what you're saying.
Just condensed.
the middle's the new right.
Then what I suggest is taking both and pouring half and half into 1 cup and drinking that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
They.
Maybe if
I'm
this
just
is like,
curious what would happen.
maybe if this was like Bud or Miller Lite, but no, we're
Okay,
not going
fair.
with these.
in that case, go left.
The left.
My left.
So on the left, what is this one? Oh, this one isn't too bad. So I'm going to actually drink another one from Eclipse. This is also from 2021, another barrel-aged Imperial Stout.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Imperial Stout aged in Mezcal barrels.
Ooh.
So Mezcal, 9.9% ABV.
Stout and tequila. I don't know how I feel about that.
And to look at the bottle of the Mezcal.
Unless it's like a mole. I don't know.
Mole. So this is the one I'm checking out now. And again, this was one of the ones that was there for the deal too. So, but 9.9 ABV. So a low session ale, as I call it, as Paul calls it, PA Brew News.
Still the weakest on the board there, Rod. I don't know.
Well, if we're going total ABV.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm ahead. I'm ahead at this point.
Give me a second. I'm almost done.
Yeah, hold my beer. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Are you kidding? I live with Chew. If I say hold my beer, I don't have a beer anymore.
Yeah.
I can't say hold my beer. I have to hold my beer.
You can't leave it with Chew, that's for sure.
No.
And again, we got the wax top, so I got to cut that back a little. Nothing like working for your beer.
Makes it taste better.
Right?
So, Rod, where would you put those against the? Oh gosh, dang it! The name just went straight out of my head. The ones you used to get at Jungle Gyms that I can't get here now, like the special,
Which ones?
the ones I was gonna have you get.
Oh, the Big Bad Baptist?
The Big Bad Baptist, yes.
Actually, I still got to crack those open, so I haven't had those yet.
Not like the newer ones, but you've had some in the past.
I still got them in the cellar. I haven't got to.
Oh,
I
you
got so
never-
many beers. I still haven't cracked them open yet. Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
So I've got I could do like a what you call them,
Vertical.
vertical of them because I got so many of those there. But I would say to relate this like to the Goose Island, I would say probably 1 or 2 levels down from the Goose Island. I would say they're pretty solid. So
Yeah.
now this will be interesting. I've had beers with mezcal. I think the last mezcal beer I had was actually Firestone Walker, which was pretty interesting. So let me see what this one does. And I do have some Firestone Walker ones because I get that. It's so funny. I can get Firestone Walker here, but I couldn't get it like when I was in Cincinnati, which would have been distance-wise closer. But now I get all over the place here.
Which is weird because we get them here.
Yeah, it's fucking distribution. Ooh.
We used to anyway. I don't know if we still do or not, but our brewers.
Oh my
here
God.
bad.
It doesn't say anything about like smokiness, but it smells like smoked bacon in here. And I love some bacon.
That sounds amazing.
If you look close enough, you see a guy at the campfire.
I feel like there's swimming around in there somewhere, but
Mm.
no one should get flagged.
Ooh. Oh, that is fucking good. I would have this I would have this with breakfast with waffles and bacon. This is.
That sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm. It is. Oh, I get that
Chew, we got a
mezcal.
road trip.
It's like
He's
the
speechless.
smokiness is. I like this one better than I like the other one. It's got like the smokiness. It's got the bacon. It's got a little bit of a snap kind of thing to it. Really lodges nicely in the throat area, so it's lingering for the flavor. if you're like a bacon fanatic, like anytime bacon, this would be like, what am I drinking right now?
Do you think it'd be too much if you drank a whole bottle of that, or no?
If I drink a what bottle of it?
Like the whole bottle of the whole thing. Like, sometimes when you drink them, you're like, by the time you're done with it, you're like, that's too much.
This bottle's gonna go down quicker than that last bottle will. I can tell you that. I just love the lingering of the, like right in the back, right in the throat is like that smoked bacon type feel. I feel like in my mind, it's like I'm at a campfire or something like that, and the smoke's out there in the air, like it's smoldering. And you're having like that bacon and the breakfast after getting up out of the tent and everything like that. It's kind of like the feel I get with this one.
The reason why I was asking is I had one from It's Green years and years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like just a sample of it, and I was like, the sample. I was like, this is so good. It kind of tastes like what you're describing.
Yeah.
I got a glass of it, and by the time I was halfway through, I was like, I can't finish this.
I mean, I don't really get like a ton.
Stick, at the end.
Like the other one had like the caramelly feel. You're not really getting the caramelly type feel in this one. You're getting kind of like a little bit of that coffee bitterness, but it's like that tin cup type coffee. Again, if you're camping, anybody that's camping, you get like out there where you're actually camping with the tent and sleeping back, and you get up in that morning and you have like the coffee from the tin coffee can, and you have like the bacon. The campfires in the air, you got all of that stuff happening is what's taking place with this. I mean, it's really a great experience drinking this one. It's almost like, do I drink it or do I talk about it? Because it's like, it just hits you like in a different way. Like this one hit more than the other one was.
Or just do both.
Yep. it's kind of what we do. I mean,
you're right.
It's literally what we do.
It's. I feel like this one has definitely hit me more than the other one hit earlier. This one is.
That's because you doubled up your ABV.
Well, this one, I mean, this is 9.9. The other one was 10.5. So, but it's the texture of it is so different and more to the speed of what I like there. Like I like the other one. Don't get me wrong. I love rye barrel. I like the stuff they did on that one there. I like the creaminess of it, the smoothness of it. But this one is just like.
I feel like Rod needs a moment to himself.
I know. It sounds like it.
Like, give me an accent.
The screen goes black. They would be like, what's going on here?
It's like, give me an accent, a plaid shirt, and I'm cutting down trees like Paul Bunyan with this son of a bitch. That's how good this one is.
I'm almost out, so I got another one anyway.
I'm going out. Where's my oxen? Where's Blue? We're going out. We're cutting down trees right now. Oh yeah, this is the jam right here. Yeah. Yeah. Literally, if I went back again and they're still there, I'm wiping out the whole row.
Was that the only bottle?
I think I got like one. I might have 2 or 3 of these.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to check to see. But this is one like, yeah, I would definitely be like all into the car.
So we know what you're doing on Saturday then.
Yeah, I have to go back. Well, I have to go probably pick up her some wine anyway. So I always see what they actually have there. There's always like different stuff they're doing. It's just like, it seems a little too good to be true.
Explain her for it.
Yeah.
Like,
it's funny.
Like, if I didn't go get you wine, I wouldn't have bought like 15 more bottles of this.
It's funny when you go in and it's like, you see like beer, like these stores. And the store I got this from is really good at. They do pretty good beer deals and stuff. But you'll see something and be like, it'll be like, oh, we got to get them off the shelf. So it's like $4.99, and it's like a 6-pack of like something like a lager or whatever. Right now, you're like, I wonder how long that lager's been here or whatever. And you look at the date, and the date's like, this is still pretty good. Like, what's going on? Why would you drop it this much? But they got to move it and stuff. And then you see something like this, and it's like, okay, he's just for a freaking few years. You're gonna drop the price like that? Like,
right.
You know? Take my car and call me. Let me know what's happening.
Here's my direct line. You can call me anytime.
I mean, I walk in and it's just like, I'm gonna get a couple things, right? I go and she's like, if I get her wine, they'd be like, get me a Shiraz or a Cab or something and everything. And I'll go, let me see what they got on the beer side. And it's like, oh, fuck. And then you're going back to get the car. You go back.
So, Rod, if you do end up clearing off a shelf, Chu and I are doing a road trip to visit you immediately because I need to have whatever you're having right now. That's incredible.
Well, your dad said, well, she said road trip. I'm in. So, yeah. Yeah, Firestone Walker's actually been pretty good. Firestone Walker just had a 3-pack of a couple of their special beers, but I had one of them, so I didn't get it. But it was a 3-pack for like $27, which wasn't bad. But it's just funny seeing them now that I see them so easily.
Yeah. Was that like the one that had like Parabola and some of the other ones?
Which one?
Other ones in it?
Well, no, this was their 2022. Like, I think one was like their anniversary beers, and another one was their Mex Cal or Mex Lime Cal or something. And another one, I had the one that was the Mex Lime one, but it was like if I didn't have that one, I would have scooped that up because that was a pretty good deal. I almost bought another thing of the Paulaner liters from Oktoberfest a few weeks back still, and it was like, oh, you get the big mug and you get the can of the liter of the beer, and it was like $6.99 or something like that and everything. And I'm like, it's still good, but it's like I already got a couple of those. Damn, I fell for it twice. I got a couple. I can't get any one of these big ass mugs to put in the house. When you get it the first time, it's like, well, the mug alone makes it worth the deal. It was like $10.99, the mug,
right?
And then you get the beer, and then you do it again, like, oh, I must have a matching set, right? So after that point, it just becomes hoarded.
So Rod, Chusai was running low on beer, and he brought 2 up, and I need to ask you right or left. Apparently.
Oh, okay.
Your turn.
Let's go right.
All right. I wish you'd pick left. All right. Goose Island, Bourbon County.
Ooh.
Brand 14 Stout.
Ooh. Let's see. Tilt it back a little.
I know.
Because that usually takes it off
where
a
it
little
doesn't.
bit. Yeah.
Oh, here.
Oh, there you go.
There
you go. Oh, brand proprietary. Oh.
Yeah, proprietary.
Is that from this year?
Is that from this year or from last year? We
Last year.
still have some left over from last year. So, it says 2021.
I'm intrigued because we can't get that because you have to be in Chicago for that. So, this is gonna be an exclusive here with Mal.
Oh, I was hoping you would pick the lower ABV.
I feel like Mal's got a great beer there. I got to give her something here for having that one there. So we'll give her the.
There you go.
It's funny. I'm not seeing an ABV on it right off the bat. Let's see.
He's going to label that on the side, I think, with the bottle.
13.2.
Ooh.
13.2. Oh, and it pours like motor oil.
Oh, let me give you this one here for that.
Actually, Todd, it pours like 10W40 at high wire.
Oh,
it poured like 10W40.
Nope.
I'm sorry, it's a blue cup. I apologize, but.
Well, it's not a red cup, so we won't get flagged by Toby.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it smells really sweet. I smell maple too.
Ooh, maple. You got bacon?
No, not bacon, just maple. Smokiness and a little vanilla and a little coffee. And baker's chocolate. There's a lot of things happening in this.
I wish we'd get the prop here.
Cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
I should start like a beer porn channel the way we talk about beers.
Holy crackers, that burns. There's a little burn to that one.
Little hot, like burn from the alcohol?
The alcohol. The alcohol burn. Just a smidge at the back of the throat, but it doesn't run down to the chest. It's just at the back of the throat. But it's definitely maple and molasses and bitter chocolate and coffee. And a little vanilla on the back end. That's a lot of... the head's gone. The head literally burned off the moment I poured it into the cup.
There's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm going to roll.
She just handed me a cup of water to go along with it.
Candle flags down.
I'm gonna leave that joke alone.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. You invite a female on, I'm the only one who can make the super dirty jokes, right?
Yeah.
that's my job now.
I'm not touching that head.
Well, that's a first. Oh, that's a strong beer.
Emerson says 13.2 and it pours like motor oil. That's what the EMT is going to say about me after a horrible accident on my sweet ass BMX. Gilbert said it's thin. I got bourbon counties I need to crack open at some point too. But
Me too.
don't have that one. Don't have the proprietary.
I've got 2, maybe 3. I think they're 2014 or 15s. They're in the small bottle.
Yeah.
They went to the 16.2 or whatever they are now.
Maybe one episode we'll do a special Bourbon County episode. We'll just
There you
crack
go.
some Bourbon Counties open.
Can do that.
I got plenty.
Yeah, got some too.
Mm-hmm.
So what else you got to say about that beer? I mean, so you went to the water real quick. Clean the palate.
It is a palate cleansing that I
Yeah.
went to the water for sure. But I mean, that's a hefty beer.
Mhm.
But you know, I've had like the Kentucky Bourbon Stout and a few others that are similar, and this one has a lot more character than some of those, which is interesting because those have tons of character. That I'm not selling them short. I'm just saying this one literally plays all the positions on the baseball field. It has the backbone, it has the front, it has all the sides. It's craziness in a cup. So many flavors all at once, and it's hard even to dissect it all.
That you don't feel like you're overloaded or anything, or you
I
take it
don't
all in.
necessarily feel overloaded if I calm and just kind of enjoy. But if I were actually attempting to dissect everything, I would feel a little overwhelmed. That would be the case for sure. I'm taking it easy and just enjoying the beer, but yeah, that has a lot of flavor happening all at once.
Cheers, brew reviews. Oh yeah, the classic Bourbon County. They lost a little of the manic over the years. I'll say that magic even. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, I haven't cracked the ones. I got 5 of the 7 this year that came out. I couldn't get the proprietary, and I couldn't find the barley wine. But all the other 5 I got for this year. But I haven't cracked them open yet, and I had some from last year. I might have 1 or 2 from the year before even. So at some point, I need to get into them and crack them open. We were talking earlier about Epic. I got a box and a half of Big Bad Baptist Bombers I have not cracked open yet. I just need to get into it. Which 22 ounce, value-wise, it's hard to think like Epic doesn't have the best value for what you pay for that.
Yeah.
For 22 ounce bomber, you're paying anywhere from $6.90 to maybe 21 or 22 depending. When Goose Island, you're getting some of those 16.9 ounce bottles, depending on what it is, and you're paying 25. Or me, I got the specialized one this year, which was 49, with the 4 different whiskey barrels, the one they had.
Oh,
Yeah. You only live once, you know. And then I'm like at that for that, I might as well get Utopia when it comes out again. I mean, I saw Utopia before
Right.
I got it, and I was like, I'm not going to pay that much for it. I'm like, well, I might as well now. I'm at the level of paying 16.9. I'm paying $50 for 1 bottle. I might as well get the Utopia for the whatever. So maybe I will at some point.
Drink it in one night all by yourself, Rod.
Like this guy did. Like that's like going to a restaurant and you get like some special wine and you're supposed to sit and you're just like, can I get another one? Like, oh, you're supposed to take your time with that, sir.
Everybody else is like, I don't like this. I'm like, oh yeah, but it's so good. Here, I'll take it home.
Start pouring everything into your glass. Like, yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
I'm like, no, this is terrible. You shouldn't drink it. Here.
Yeah. Bourbon Bounty in the house. Cheers, my friend. No, you're the coolest dude, my friend. Bourbon's always got some great stuff. Yeah, check out Jody over there. He's got some good stuff happening, and the stuff that he's doing. He's always doing giveaways. He's always doing giveaways on this stuff there too. So And these are some good bourbon stuff. You want to find about bourbon, they have some good shows.
Nice.
Our buddy Eric's not here tonight, but Monk Muser, he's another one that does great whiskey type stuff too. And now that I'm not in Kentucky, I'm like, it's funny. I was in Kentucky since '93 or whatever. Now I'm like, probably should have drank more whiskey when I was out there. Now I think about it, it is the bourbon state, but But I've gotten more into rum lately. I've been big into rum. I ran out of rum this past week. I need to get. I drank my last rum watching The Last of Us. Which, let me just tell you, if you're not watching The Last of Us right now on Sunday nights, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but that's one of the best shows on TV right now.
What did you think about this last episode?
It was.
Careful now, folks. Don't want spoilers.
No, we're not.
No spoilers. I think it was probably one of the most wonderful written episodes that I've seen in a while from any type of show.
I would agree.
The whole intricacy of everything that took place was just like,
okay.
And it was like, you're literally like, towards the end, it was kind of like, didn't know how they were going to wrap up the episode, but it was just like, it can't be about the end. It can't, because there's too much like you got going on, like you're trying to figure it all out and stuff. And
I know.
And what you call him? Can't remember his name now, from Community. That was the main actor of the show. He's always such a good actor. So him playing that part kind of surprised me there. He just nailed it. I mean, it was just.
Oh, was that Nick Offerman or whatever?
Nick Offerman,
yeah.
It was just such a well-performed episode. And I think everywhere I've seen it got kudos. I think that episode would probably get them like an Emmy for the show.
I would think so. I would think
this
he would
upcoming season. Yeah, as a guest role, he probably will get like an Emmy type. I mean, it was almost like, and I haven't got to that part of the game, but I was playing The Last of Us. But it was just like, it kind of pulled at your heartstrings on that last episode, because you're watching the show and you're expecting the whole creature zombie type thing, and then this episode was kind of just like
completely not.
It was just like like one of those Walking Dead episodes where it was like, it's not about the zombies, it's about the relationships, and it just like caught you off guard. So
Shannon loved it. She's like, "Oh, this is one of the best episodes of TV I think I've ever seen."
It was. I mean, it was wonderfully written. It was wonderfully acted. It was just like, and now it's like when I get to the point, because I want to go back and play the game again, and when I get back into the game, it's like, to get to that character is going to just be like, you'll probably be feeling something about it because of the way they did it on the show and everything. Now, the show has a little bit of things different than what the game actually does, but some of the traditionalists that play the game are like, well, you can't do it. It's like, dude, first of all, it was a game, so it was made up. So you can kind of go where you want to go with it, right?
Right.
It's like when people get upset about certain things, like, oh, they changed the character of the superhero. I was like, dude, it was created. It's okay. The whole thing about comic books, you have alternate universes and things can be different in other universes.
It happens.
Yeah, so it's like, get over it, But I was impressed with it. I mean, we were kind of glued to it. We were sitting there. We had a little. I picked up a charcuterie thing that we did for that night, and we had some wine. So we had the cheese and the salami, all kind of. And we were just all into it, just watching it. Just
yeah.
You were having salami while watching a zombie thing.
It's charcuterie.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I mean, but it was the episode though. You'd have to see the episode, but it was just like a perfect episode to be sitting there, kind of enthralled by it, and just like enjoying some wine and cheese, and just like
that was.
So the shows that are like end of the world type of things, I have a hard time with those. I sob like a baby. I can't. Independence Day. Will Smith, yeah. I sobbed like a baby when they shot down like the cities. Couldn't do it. The Day After Tomorrow, when everything like all the water, the big wave came in and then
flooded,
and then it froze. I sobbed like a baby. Armageddon, sobbed like a baby.
Because you should know the Day After Tomorrow that there's no way that Dennis Quaid was going to walk from DC to New York.
No,
there was no way.
My ability to handle end of the world movies is ridiculous. I can't even remotely handle it.
Do you feel like anxious when you're watching them? I
feel anxious. Like I feel like, oh my gosh, what would I do in that situation? World War Z, all of those.
World War Z.
The Bird Box was another one. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them, but I can't do them. But when you go to horror flicks like Hostel, nothing.
No problem.
I'm good. I'm stone cold great on.
What did they
those
cut
kind
off?
of
Oh, he
things
has another
before.
one. He was fine. He'll be all right. He'll
Yeah,
walk it
But
off.
when it
Yeah.
comes to end of the world,
Yeah.
that it hurts my head a little bit. Like the Purge. That's not that's end of the world for one day, and that
You go back to
breaks
normal
my
next
head.
day. You got 24 hours. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have weird things with certain movies where I can't. So I appreciate that you guys love it. I so could not. She was watching Walking Dead, and he
Yeah.
loves the show.
Walking Dead,
And
yeah.
I'll walk through the room where he's watching it, and I get anxiety attacks just because it's on. Like I'll hear that rattling breath noise. You know that.
He's like, Rick.
Oh God,
Rick,
oh,
and Mal's like, I can't handle it. I can't handle it.
I'm out.
They're calling for Rick again. I can't handle it.
Exactly. I can't even deal.
Carl,
28
Rick,
days
Carl.
later and 28 weeks later. Those are the same thing.
Carl.
And I've tried to watch them. Just
See,
something
28 days
in them
later, I
is-
really like 28 days later
It was
and
great,
probably
but-
World War Z are my favorite zombie movies because they weren't like the other zombies. Like they weren't
They ran
just
like
like these
full
classically like these zombies were like, we're on the hunt and we're after you, it's like,
Yeah.
hungry like the wolf type thing. So
Yeah.
so I like those type of ones where it's like Resident Evil, same type
And
of thing.
I Am Legend
Yeah.
as well. But I like zombies that move slow. I like, they can barely move and you can hit them with a hammer and just move on and they're not gonna
Like, no
gonna
problem.
get you.
You like Zombieland
Shaun,
zombies. You're just trying to
I
find
want
Twinkies.
Shaun of the
Right.
Dead. Shaun of the Dead zombies.
Shaun of the Dead was a funny one.
Shaun
That
of
was a
the
good
Dead.
one.
I want Queen playing in the background and we beat the zombie to death and we're all good.
Well, you know why you want Shaun of the Dead because they end up going to the bar at
The
the end.
pub.
So yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah.
all about the pub. It's a safe place.
Yeah.
Go to the pub always.
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead was great, but the rest of them I have problems, unfortunately. I get very anxious and it's so stupid. I know it's ridiculous. I just can't help it. But again, Hostel and all the super gory things, I'm good.
You're
I'm
good.
to
You're
go.
good with the blood. Blood?
Oh, yeah.
No problem. Splatter it. Yeah. Michael Myers, no problem. Yeah.
Oh.
Last of Us shows exactly like the video game. Yeah, it seems to be actually some of the stuff I've seen on Facebook. They take the scenes from the video game and they match them up to the scenes from the show, which is pretty cool to show how they
that's
kind of
fun.
link together and stuff. And they got a podcast like after the show. They'll tell you, I think we go to a podcast and they talk about the relationship between that and the game and all kinds of stuff there. Some people that were getting kind of confused on it are like part of the show is set before the game actually starts. So they kind of changed up with the backdrop maybe. And I think that's what throws some people off too. But I enjoy it. Why do they have 19.2 ounce cans? It's funny that you said that because we talked about 19.2 ounce cans of beer last week. And it's funny, there was a story I put on the blog as well this week. One of the companies is making more of the 19.2 ounce cans because that's more of a size that cans are now going to. So you're going to see more breweries do 19.2 for me. I feel like I like it. It fits right in between the 16 and the 22. Depending on what beer you might be drinking, like a lot of I've seen I've had the Voodoo, like the Juice Force in 19.2, some of the Sierra Nevada stuff 19.2. It's a nice size to just grab and a little bit more than what you would have got on the 16 or 12, but not as much as the 22. So you can kind of just have it and chill instead of having two things. You just have the one.
Does it
Plus
link
the
up with
store,
something in metric?
huh?
Does it link up with something in metric? Is it like it's not 2 liters, but like I mean,
No,
is there something in
19,
metric
I
that
don't
it
know.
links
Yeah,
up
it's
to?
kind of just a random number. Seems.
Yeah, it's like what 16 is what 375 or something.
Yeah.
And then 19.2 is I think 200. I think the 22 is 500 maybe. I don't know. But I mean, it's somewhere in there, but it's a good size. You can throw some in a cooler or pack if you're going out somewhere. And Two Hearted Ale, Bell's, they do a 19.2 cam.
Oh, yeah.
I actually dig the size. I think the size is okay, but it was funny. Like last week we were talking about it. I think the majority ended up on the poll liking the 19.2, but yeah, I think you're going to see more and more of those sizes out there. So for breweries,
More beer than a 16, I'll take it.
yeah. So people
But
want a little
aren't,
bit
those,
more.
aren't those more just in the singles, like it's a single They're not like
there's-
6-packs or 4, you know.
No, they're
4-packs.
usually like single cans. They're usually like singles. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of someone, like I said, it's like some of the breweries. I don't know if you're doing it at your brewery, Mallory, but some breweries have like half sizes now where you get 8-ounce pours instead of the 16. Like some breweries are doing that now.
We have a 5, a 10, and a 16. So
Yeah, and your
you
5
choose
is usually
one.
like your taster for the flights, right? Like that's usually your 5. Yeah,
But some people are just like, I want a 5 of this one. I know I like it, but it's a little higher ABV. I'll take a 5 of this, and then I'll take a pint of something else.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially if it's a high ABV, you're like, just give me a 5-ouncer.
Yeah, like you ever do that?
Not personally. I mean, I've seen people do that before.
You looked at it like, what's wrong with you?
I was like, really 5? I'll have the other. I'll have the other ounces they forgot to get.
It's like,
oh wait, you sell it in gallons? I'll take it in gallons.
You're right. Yeah.
Excuse me, little person. Real man for ordering here.
Step aside. This is amateur hour.
Oh, Bourbon said just something perfectly me Crass will check out. Yeah, definitely. Mal has great stuff on her channel, so make sure to definitely check her out.
And thank you. We'll check you out too, Bourbon Bounty. Thank you.
Rum makes me urinate out of my dog's blowhole. At least that's not my hangover. The imagery that Mick T comes up with sometimes is shocking.
Right.
Now, I don't know if it's because he's watching us like 5 hours ahead because he's in the UK, so maybe he's a little groggy by now. But he comes up with some vivid imagery on things.
So I'm picturing, the blowhole back here, and I'm like, how is that really working? I don't know how I feel about this sentence.
I feel like he definitely does not do well with rum. That's what I get out of that. Yeah.
I mean, DEFCON 5 hangover, I'm right there with you. I've been there. But the blowhole thing was a little awkward for me.
Oh, Mal is definitely handling her own for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
That sounds good, but have you seen Chips when Poncherelli gets all pissed off and rises? Everybody remembers Ponch, but do people remember the other cop that was his partner? Probably not,
No.
Eric is what's that guy doing nowadays? 19.2 is Imperial Pint for noblemen like me. So 19.2 is like the Imperial Pint.
Oh, it's an Imperial Pint.
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's just like if you get a pint glass in the UK, for instance, it's a 20 ounce is a true pint. Here we do like 16 ounce in a lot of places. Now, if you go to like Rock Bottom, if you have a Rock Bottom, they'll say like they have the actual true pint where they use 20 ounce glasses because you have enough room for the head and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's a beer and a half plus.
Plus.
And it is the plus that makes the difference.
And how many of you had Pops? I'm getting concerned.
He's had plus.
He's had plus.
That's like Ralphie in a Christmas Story. Hey, plus.
Did you see the second one?
I still haven't watched it yet. I got to watch it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know it's after Christmas, but I'll still watch it.
I watched it and expected it to be terrible.
Why? How's he going speaking of terrible? You just thought it'd be bad?
Because it was such a staple. Like I thought there's no way they could remotely hold a candle.
Well, remember when it came out? Well, you were too young when it came out. I wasn't too young, but I didn't remember coming out. But you were way too young when it came out. But it bombed at the movies. It was later on that it became the cult following. Yeah. But
this one, it was lovely. He, as an adult, still goes into his head and goes into these lovely scenarios where he's the hero and he solves all the things. And
it was pretty good. It
beautiful. I thought it was.
And he's got like Flick and all them in it too, right?
It was
from what I've seen. So yeah, all the cast is back for the most part.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's very similar to the first, but different
scenarios
in it. But it was very similar to the first one.
And I'll tell you the pub challenge when they were at the pub and they.
Ralphie was drinking.
So he went to the pub several times because you're an adult and that's what you do. But no, honestly, him like dealing with his friends, dealing with their the Triple Dog Dare because Triple Dog Dare comes back.
It has to. Yeah, that was classic. Yeah.
Oh my God, it was beautiful. Absolutely great. I thought it was wonderful.
I will check it out. I just haven't checked it out yet, but I will check it out.
But you know, you should wait until December 2nd of next year. You need to see it just before Christmas. You have to.
Well, I can watch it now, though, before. I don't got to wait till before
Well, you
Christmas.
could, but it's like after Christmas. You're not in that mode. There's something about those movies. You have to be in that mode. You have to watch the first one and have that fresh in your mind, and then watch the second one, and you'll see the joy that it can bring.
Okay, well, I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Don't watch it until next Christmas.
Okay. Put it on the back burner. The back
You're
burner.
totally going to watch it before, but that's okay. I forgive you.
Honestly, I got so much stuff to watch. I haven't even gotten around to it. I just started finally trying to catch up on a couple things.
Well, there you go. Save it until December.
It's tough for me still.
Oh my God. Was the other night. As Shane just walked in, I was telling her how good the episode you thought was.
Oh yeah, Last of Us. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
Oh, is that Shannon? Hi, Shannon.
She come in and get her bedtime snack and go to bed.
Yeah.
Good night.
Well, tell her that I love her and I miss her, and I will see her again soon, I'm sure.
Ditto.
She said ditto. With a mouthful of chips.
She's getting her pre-drink night preparation on right now before tomorrow. Yeah, British pints are definitely good. Cheers, Rod, Todd, and Mallory. Glad I could provide Todd with disappointing Gunner's daughter variant this evening. Hi, Joe. Cheers, buddy.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah.
Good to see you. Hi.
That wasn't disappointing, but that was kind of similar to what Joe thought about it.
Can sizes have a weight restriction for distribution. You only get something in a pallet. I wonder if that's for the UK then, because I mean we have the 24 for the cases that we get here. I don't know how that affects it. 19.2 is 20% more than a 16 ounce. We got Chew doing the math right now, running the numbers for us in the background. Yeah,
the engineer has to do the math.
He's our NASA Connect. So
yeah,
no, he's our engineer. That's it.
Right now, he's like, that asteroid's getting closer.
And at that point, I changed the channel because I can't.
Can't handle it.
Oh, it's the end of the world thing. Yeah. So no, yeah, you're out.
Tuesday at Oktoberfest Beer Review. Look at that one.
Oh, you clicked onto the worst video ever. Seriously? Oh God.
Rue says, it is called a stovepipe. They're easy to grab and go. A bunch of canning machines. Actually, I already accommodates 2 different sizes when you're looking at large production work. Yeah, they do call it a stovepipe there, and it's easy, convenient size there too. So, especially now that you have more breweries that are looking at going to canning away from the glass as well. I think that's going to be a kind of interesting thing for a play for some of them. 750 milliliter flights raw. So Eric being in Canada, he gave you the metric conversion. Might be seeing huge barrel aged out stovepipes. That would be crazy. You know what? But
oh God,
I take that back because they already have the bourbon barrel aged Oscar Blues that they do that, and it's I wouldn't be surprised if more people actually follow suit there. That is crazy though to think that here's a 12% beer in a 19.2 ounce can. Have a nice day, type thing. So,
yeah. Okay.
I mean, if it fits. I'm not gonna finish that there.
It's more than a normal,
I mean,
man up. Just man up is all you gotta say.
You do the 16.9 ounces of Bourbon County, and they're higher ABV. So why not put them in 19.2 can? The whole thing with the whole how do you feel when you go to and Mal, you're at a brewery now, so the whole idea of, and I get why they're kind of trying to do it, but if you get a higher ABV beer, obviously the preference is to serve it in a snifter, right? Now there's different reasons for that. One is the sniffer has the tapered nose to it where it kind of condenses in, so you get more of the aroma. But the other part is they don't want people lit. They don't want people too drunk, so they try to give them smaller pours by doing it like that. But what are your thoughts on that as well? Because I think some people are kind of miffed by that at times when they see they can't get a full size beer because it's a higher ABV.
And I I have had people come up and say, because the township that specific brewery is in with the higher ABVs, they have to serve 10 ounces or less on the high ABVs. Just that's the town's rules. And I've had several occasions where I've had customers come up and say, my friend got a pint glass and I got this little glass. What's going on? And I'd like a big glass of that beer. And I'm like, I'm sorry, the town won't let us serve you a big glass of that beer because it's a higher ABV. Mostly people are pretty chill about it and will just let it go. The highest ABVs at that particular brewery, we sell them in the larger bottles to go. But if someone wants to have that and it doesn't have to be on tap, they can order a bottle and split it between two people with two 10-ounce glasses. It's about 20 ounces, the 19.2 bottles. So they'll share that. I had a couple of gentlemen who were waiting for their daughters to finish a dance class, actually. So their little daughters were doing ballet, and they came in. They finished 4 bottles, 4 of 13.2% barley wine, split
It happens.
years. It was a lot, but I taught because I was brand new at the brewery at that time. I had just gotten my Bassett, my license to sell, right, which you have to be trained on how to recognize when someone's too drunk, how to say, hey, I'm cutting you off, all this stuff. So I have that fresh in my head. But these guys weren't causing any issue. They were just sitting and having
They were chill. Yeah.
And they were enjoying what they were trying. They were having a nice conversation and not causing any issue. So they ended up having 4 of those before picking up their, 6-year-old daughters from dance class. And I'm sitting here and I talked to the bartender. I'm like, are you sure can I? And they're like, why don't you just bring them some water? So I brought them water, which they didn't drink.
Like,
but
what?
It was uncomfortable for me for someone who had just figured out what, having my license to sell was. And I was like, they're picking up their 6-year-olds from dance class. They're driving their 6-year-olds home after this. And I've given them 4 of these bottles. And I know these bottles are crazy high and they're both drinking these. And I know what their body weight is. I know what they can handle. And it was really uncomfortable for me, actually.
Yeah.
But again, because they weren't causing trouble, I wasn't supposed to say anything. And I don't know. I don't know quite how I feel about serving the higher ABVs in the tap room. I mean, unless there's a one limit. I've been to wineries that have that. If you only get 2 things per visit, and that makes sense.
Like 2 things total?
14%.
Like 2 things total? Like.
Well, yeah, you get one tasting, and then you can have 1 glass, and that's your 2 items that you can have while you're there. And there are some wineries that follow that rule, and I think that's a great rule. I got a little nervous when the guys asked for their 3rd and then their 4th bottle of the barley wine because that's a 13%er, and even with the 2 of them, it's still a lot of ABV,
Yeah.
And I don't quite think the craft brewing community has figured out how to make sure everyone's safe, because I think some people come into a craft brewery not knowing what they're walking into. They don't know these ABVs are going to hit them the way they do. They don't know that stout, that 12% stout, is the same as having a glass of wine. I don't know.
So, Mal, do you have guidelines of when to cut somebody off, like things to look for or whatever, where you would say, no, you've had enough or whatever?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So do you have guidelines to follow? Like if you see somebody you're serving, for instance, those 2 guys had 4 of them. Is there anything that says no, you shouldn't have any more, or
so the general guideline is
that or whatever reason?
The general guideline is slurred speech, which they did not have when they left. Slurred speech if someone can't stand or walk straight, if someone is starting to fall asleep, that
Oh,
sleepiness.
I've seen that.
happens,
Yeah.
So, slurred speech, walking straight, the falling asleep, and then if they're causing a ruckus, if they're
I was like a ruckus.
those
The ruckus.
when I was getting trained for being able to serve alcohol, those were the four things that and of course fake IDs, but that didn't equate for these guys.
Yeah.
But those were the four things, and honestly, they did not exhibit any of those. So I was still obligated to
Well,
continue.
you can have a high tolerance. I mean,
Well, yes, that's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say. They could weight wise it wouldn't matter. But so if they didn't show any of those signs, then
Yeah.
okay, keep serving. Even
yeah.
if
I
you
mean-
felt like maybe they shouldn't be drinking anymore, or doesn't.
So for me, my problem with that case was my math brain. My math brain was thinking they've had this many ounces, they weigh this much. There is no way they're okay to drive. And it was my math brain. Because honestly, they weren't slurring their speech. When they stood up to use the restroom or when they stood up to leave, they weren't acting drunk. They weren't acting unruly. I had no issue, technically. But in my brain, I'm like, no, math-wise, this is wrong. Everything about this is
Well,
wrong.
chemical wise, everybody's a little.
Some people can soak it in. I mean,
I know. But even with the blood alcohol level, like the percentages, if you blew into the thing, it should still show them as unfit to drive. Like, but it was driving me crazy because I'm like, I can't say anything because they're not exhibiting any of the things that I'm supposed to say something about. So I have had a couple issues where I just trying to get used to seeing what alcohol does to other people. We go out to bars, we go out to breweries. I see what alcohol does to people, but I've never had to pay attention to it in a sense that it matters if my business stays
for
open or
work.
not.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Heard of me.
Yeah.
So this is new for me, and I'm slightly high anxiety. I know it. I get nervous. I know it. That's how I work. That's why Chew works with me so well because he's super chill. And he calms me down and I remind him, hey, don't just sit there and do nothing forever. Like we work together really well, but yeah. So I've run into a couple things where it's just the high ABVs and the high, the bottle size and the different things have made me nervous at work, but not necessarily caused an issue so far.
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten closed.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a
Can you
good
do
thing.
that cheering noise,
Positive.
whatever button causes the cheering? Because we're not
Yeah.
closed.
Well, I know what you're saying because I used to, when I was in college, when I bartended as well, and we have people that we got, you got to watch if they got too lit where you couldn't keep serving them on stuff. And we used to bartend at one of the comedy type shows, and people would come in there and get drinks, all that kind of stuff, and sometimes you had to cut them off and everything. But yeah, but I mean, if people do absorb it differently and stuff, so
It's true. I mean, honestly, several of the beer reviewing channels got together in Atlanta last year, and
yeah.
I might have outdrank all of the guys there.
That's the word that's the word on the street. Now put it down. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I'm just saying.
I mean, I
What
have
they
a
say,
fairly high
anyway.
tolerance.
Yeah.
But even though my tolerance is high, and even though I can still speak and walk and things while I've had this alcohol, I know by my body weight, right now I could not operate a motor vehicle. I know better.
Yeah.
It would be a terrible, terrible plan. But I don't think everyone thinks that way, so I get nervous.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to actually hit the restroom real quick, so I'll let you guys hold down. But Mick said, yeah, it's 3:30 a.m. I'm actually 20 minutes off of his comment there, but he's drinking a Stella, and he's high Kung Fu Pandarin looking around for food right now. He's basically searching through the house looking for food to catch his son.
Oh, so he's doing like the kicks and climbing up on top of the
No one Mick
shelving,
probably.
right?
Probably so. Yeah, probably so.
Oh.
And Big Daddy said, Mallory's beer's like $30. Like that beer I guess you're having there proprietary. Yeah. It's not one of the cheaper bottles of proprietary, that's for sure.
I think by us it's going for about 8 or 9 right now. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the Bourbon
Even
County
for last
deal.
year's? You still got last?
Well, this year's they dropped the price of that Jewel one now. Well,
Well,
you
there
guys talk
are a
about
couple
talk about
places-
that, and I'll be back in a second.
We don't nobody wants to see me either, Rod.
He zooms in on himself to go to the bathroom. I love
I'll
it.
be back. I'll be back. Look at the non-existent person here. So they're selling this year's I'll say this year's, but 2022's proprietor for like $8 or $9.
I'm assuming there's a couple places that still have it. I've seen it online for that price, but I haven't seen it in a store for that price.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
So, yeah.
I think I only got 2 bottles of it this year, maybe 3, for this past year.
No,
The
True and I always
regular-
do enter the drawing and get a big old box of all the things, and we're just like, okay, whatever you send us is fine.
Yeah.
So
we're lucky just to get. I didn't really go out this past year for Black Friday. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do it this year. If I see it on the shelf, I'll pick it up. So I got the normal one. I think maybe the coffee one. I think it was. I can't remember now. There was
the coffee one.
2 or 3 of them I picked up, but I just didn't go this year. Usually I get up in the morning and go hang out at one of the local liquor stores. And last year I was like, spent way too much money. I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it this, or 2 years ago. Like, I'm not going to do it this past year, so I didn't go.
I worked retail for about 6 years, which made me decide that, that shopping after Thanksgiving thing. Nope, not
Not
involved. I avoid it like the plague. I can't. Not after having been on the receiving end of that for 6 years
Right.
straight. I'm like, nope, I will never shop on Black Friday ever again.
Honestly, besides going to the grocery, pretty much everything we buy is on Amazon. Especially when we have a hub right here, 90% of the things we buy shows up at your doorstep the next day. So it's like,
True.
okay.
We have some local places that we support, and we shop there specifically because they're local and they're small
Right.
business and stuff. But overall, honestly, there's several things that I get on Amazon too, as opposed to going to like Walgreens.
Yeah.
Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
I would buy from Amazon before Walgreens or Walmart,
Now
but if I can get it at a local place, I'll do that too.
Yeah, and I'm more apt to go out and buy stuff like that than she is. She won't. Any kind of crowd or anything, she's like, nope, I'm out. Forget about it.
Yeah, Amazon sends it right to your house. Why not?
Yes, so I says, like, usually with the hub being here, we can get it the next day. For the most part, we can get it the next day.
Yeah.
Let me see. I got beer bottles here, so I gotta open a third beer for my nightcap beer.
All right, well let me go grab another one then while you're gonna open it. Grab another one. So what's the ABV on that one, Rod? So I don't
Guys, I'm not opening another one right now.
I'm a lightweight, man. This is only 9.5.
That was a big bug.
Well, I gotta know where I'm at. I don't want to, don't want to make you look too bad. But I don't have to get up tomorrow, so
But mine is going to be fine as wine. I tell you that here. And Joe said he was actually in the house back in November for the Christmas Story. Cool experience. Highly recommend it. Anybody that's a fan of the movie. Nostalgia through and through, but worth it.
For Joe, nice. Stu and I cross Indiana all the time to go to Michigan for his family, and there is a rest stop in Indiana that you can stop at, and there is a bronze statue of the little boy who got his tongue stuck to the pole.
That was Flick. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a bronze statue of him because he was from that town in Indiana. The actor was from that town.
Ah.
And so they have this little mini kind of memoriam to that movie.
That's cool.
I think it's so cute. Like you can stop to use the restroom at a rest stop, and all of a sudden you see Flick with his tongue stuck and his little arm sticking out back behind him with the mittens hanging down. It's so funny.
Actually, I had no idea it was from Indiana. How bad's that?
I know.
Little hometown, home state news for Todd there. Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bruce said Google Islands needs to be done to the. Yeah, where Mal's getting them now, cut that in half. So it's like 6 where she's at there. Because not proprietors, but yeah, all the variants. I think I told Big Daddy that a couple weeks ago because when Dave talked about it on his podcast, yeah, the jewels are cutting them down like $6, Bourbon County.
I wonder, did they just come out with an abundance of it this past year, or just nobody get it like they have?
They're under macro now, so you probably do have more being pushed out, but also there's more craft breweries and people are kind of like, I don't have to spend that much for
Well, I mean, that's
Goose
true.
Island. I get other stuff here is just about as comparable, if not comparable, depending on
Right.
Yeah. Sam's in the house. Cheers, Sam. Knocked off work, my weekend begins. Bring on the L. So Sam's over in Australia. Always appreciate our international friends that come in, and so he's 14 hours ahead of us, I believe. So
I'm gonna grab another one. I'll be right back.
that's awesome. All right. And Mick says, Sam, cheers. And you tell Rob Mallory, I like when Mallory bosses someone else around. Gives me a break. Oh, there you go.
Hey, Chew, you're gonna pay for that one later.
Yeah. Feeling some sort of way with Sam. And when Sam comes in, everybody's happy. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was just normal. 750 is 26 ounce. So I thought you were saying 750 was for the 19.2 earlier.
Oh.
I don't know if 19.2 is anything for milliliter. I mean, you go to Google and they'll do a conversion for you, but happy weekend, Sam. It's interesting because we aren't buying much aluminum back from China any longer, and the price of ingredients has skyrocketed. Not really sure if any breweries will adopt a large size unless there's some definitive cost benefit. Well, there actually is some stuff happening where there were some things that took place. Aluminum was, you're right, going up, I think, or something with price things. But there was another piece I had on the blog here, so I can pull it up here as well. So I can get better at it this time. But go back to the share screen, and Microsoft. So this was a company. Was it Ardell Metal Packaging? They actually are now running stuff for the new can size for 19.2 ounces to help brewers. I guess sustainability is a big thing with this, so that's one of the reasons they're looking at that size. So they're actually producing cans, and breweries seem to be getting in bed with them to actually start using their stuff here. They have a Canyon where they'll do the 16, the 24, and the 19.2, and for those that looking to expand in ciders, beers, hard seltzers, and even water, to name a few. Isn't it funny? Like you get bottled or canned water. It's like it used to be just, I don't know. I'm old generation. You get it from the hose, you get it from the faucet. But yeah, now we got all the other type of things out there now. So it's like the whole thing earlier, right? I walked to school both ways, uphill, downhill, whatever. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, there are companies that are now on here that are basically customizing stuff to include the 19.2 ounce can as well. So this is out of New Haran, Ohio. Check out that webpage. This is why you guys should be checking out the webpage too, RodJBeerVentures.com. Look at all the good stuff you have on the site here. The podcast, if you want to check out the podcast, right here's the podcast as well. All the different social media links. You got all the stuff here, all the key things that I have. You also got cool stuff here, the borders, all the different awards, all kinds of different things. So you should check out the blog page.
When I'm looking up beer information, I check your website first every time.
Oh, come on now.
It's you and Beer in Front. Those are the two that I check first, and then I'll go to like Hop Culture and a couple others. But honestly, you and Beer in Front, I go to first every time.
Well, thank you. And actually, I just had somebody, I couldn't see who it was, but they subscribed. If you didn't know, I actually have a newspaper too, where every morning it'll send you the top beer stories in the morning, but that's on paper.li that I actually do that. But The website is good because I share beer stories, not just the reviews, but beer articles and things happening from around the beer world. And if I pull it up here, because I was just looking at the one piece before, but when I pull it up for the actual beer front, where is it here? Don't want to post. This is the actual page here. And you get more of the stories and the different stuff happening as well. So good stuff. I mean, there's also discount and stuff on there. There's actually links and stuff. And if you guys don't know, if you guys are looking for beer type things, mugs, glassware, beer pretzels, all kinds of stuff, in the description, I have a lot of affiliate links that give you discounts on stuff as well. So make sure to check those out too. In fact, pretzels.com was supposed to be sending me some pretzels to check out, but I haven't gotten them yet. But it's supposed to be really good for pairing with beer. But anyway, I digress because I want to open my beer and Todd's back with his. But this was the other beer that I had, and guess what? It's also Eclipse. So this is and it's another barrel-aged imperial stout. But this one, coffee, chocolate, vanilla, and lactose aged in rum and bourbon barrels.
Ooh.
And I am talking about the tiramisu. This is the tiramisu from Eclipse. So this is
Roger's all about the sugar now.
I'm all about it.
Running the gamut tonight.
Wilford Brimley's going to be popping up in my dreams tonight, I tell you.
Knocking on your door.
But yeah, so I'm going to crack this one open. And this one comes in again, 9.5% ABV. And looking forward to what this baby offers. And God, tomorrow's going to be like, oh, why are you calling me? But yeah, but anyway, that's what I'm going to crack open. And Todd, what do you got there while I try to cut through the wax?
So this is one that Shannon's brother left. I don't know. Christmas time, Thanksgiving maybe, but it's the Southern Tier Warlock.
Oh, there's a pumpkin.
Oh, pumpkin stout.
I went downstairs and grabbed one, but it was like 13.5%, and I was like, nah, I think I'll go a little bit less than that.
You're sleeping in.
I know. Well, I didn't want to show
digging
you
into some pumpkin now.
That's kind of weak. That's kind of weak. I'm just saying. I got to get up and go to work.
Hey, but it's your show. I didn't want to show you up on your own show,
I can respect that.
Oh shoot! Does that make me the bad guy?
Point taken. No.
I want to come back next week. I don't want you to kick me off. So.
I mean, technically, Mallory, you're behind because you had a 0.0 to start out. So.
Well, I had a 10.2 and a 13.
Yeah, but total alcohol.
13.2.
It's like, yeah.
I didn't do too bad for my first time on the show.
No.
And oddly enough, this has a Best By date of 7/20/24, even though it's 8.6 ABV.
Oh, it'll last a while.
So,
Warlock is pretty solid in that regard.
yeah, that's a good one.
Oh yeah, tiramisu. It feels like a dessert like this would be good for a nightcap, right? Who doesn't like a tiramisu? I like
absolutely.
A tiramisu.
I gotta say, Rod, I think joining your channel at wintertime is the worst idea I ever had, honestly, because all the stouts are like crazy heavy. I should have joined in the summer when it was like light beers.
The thing you're going to find out about me, I drink stouts all year round, so it doesn't bother me at all. So maybe middle of June, I'll crack open a Bourbon County. Won't even think twice about it.
Same here. Same here.
We can't be putting seasonal boxes over here. We drink what we drink. You know, the funniest thing, the style, I'll ask you this, guys, too. So for me, the style that I don't have in the fridge right now, that's the more popular thing, and you guys can think about, like, what style do you not have right now that's pretty popular? IPA. I have, like, no IPAs in my beer fridge right now. And I'm okay with that. Because I feel like IPAs is overplayed right now at this point. So is there a beer style that you have that don't have that's pretty popular, but you're not really drinking right now?
I would probably go in that route too. Like, I may have one or two down in the fridge downstairs, but not like I normally do. So
Honestly,
I would say
our fridge has everything.
Would you say, Mal?
I said, honestly, our fridge has everything at the moment.
Yeah.
We're stocking up for some different things that we're doing, and we have sours, we have hazy IPAs, we have West Coast IPAs, we have braggots, we have ciders, we literally have every style right now. If it won't fit in the fridge, it's in the garage close to the door where it still stays cold. Like, we have no room in the fridge for food.
Sounds like a
Obviously, we
Roger.
stopped putting food in the
I
fridge.
can literally understand that. I can understand
Yeah.
that.
But yeah. Now, Rod, when you invited us to come on, you said I'd like you to have some topics maybe that you'd like to bring up, and there is one that Chu and I discussed it today. So today, as everyone knows, is Groundhog Day, or it was for some folks. I know it's passed on to the 3rd now, but
oh no, we're still good. It's only 11.
Yeah, still it's here.
No.
Yeah.
The folks on screen are, but I know some folks.
Oh, you mean
in
like
the chat have
overseas?
probably
Oh,
moved on.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Groundhog Day, asking a rodent to tell me the weather is silly. I don't agree with that in general. However, everyone remembers fondly, I'm sure, Bill Murray in the movie Groundhog Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, this movie was amazing, fantastic film, and it came out 30 years ago today. Or 30 years ago, like, it was filmed 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they're celebrating their 30-year anniversary. And so often, as beer reviewers, as beer people, we're asked, if you could only drink one beer for the rest of your life, what would you drink? And that's an irritating question for most of us. However, Chu, based on the 30th anniversary of Groundhog Day, which, by the way, was filmed here in Illinois, Woodstock and Byron, Illinois. The moment when he drives off the cliff into the quarry,
Mm-hmm.
that is in Byron, Illinois. That is the hometown where I grew up. Is my dad still watching? I hope he's not. Around 15 or 16, I snuck into
We'll find out.
I snuck into that quarry with my friends with spray paint, and we may have caused some trouble. But that quarry is the one that he drives into when he decides to, do that. The movie is wonderful. Love it. So my question to you becomes, you can have whatever beer you want, not a question. But for the rest of your life, every day, you must have one of one specific beer. You're required. What beer would it be?
One of one specific, but you can have other beers.
You can have other beers anytime, but you must have one of this specific beer. What beer would you have every single day the rest of your life, even if you could have anything else too? What would be the thing that repeats for you?
That kind of takes it to a whole nother level there.
I know. Groundhog Day level.
So you had to have at least that beer every day, but you could have other beers afterwards. That's an interesting question. So I would say, because when it comes to me, in my mind, is one that I used to have one of my favorite beers before I retired. It was probably the Golden Drop 9000. If I had to have that every day as a Belgian ale, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
God, I don't know if I could answer that one.
Because that's like a meal in itself anyway. So
No, you're allowed to drink anything else, Todd. But this thing has to happen every single day for the rest of your life, no matter what.
I mean, I would say it would have to be. I mean, I always said, like, if there was anything you could choose just because you can get it pretty much anywhere, it'd always be like Bill's Two Hearted. So I would say that would maybe be that one as well. I don't know. Like, I mean, it opens up Pandora's box. Like, you can have anything you want for every single day. Oh, gosh, I don't know. I think it would be better than that. It would have to be better.
Fresh Bell's Two Hearted every day.
I mean, that wouldn't
You
be.
could do worse. So I'm like, not like a terrible thing.
Yes, you could do way worse than that.
Mm-hmm.
Put me on the spot now. Not.
He told me to come prepared, so I had a
A lot
thing
of
that I wanted to check.
Got like some other half and some hot butcher stuff. I'm like, yeah, I could drink that every single day probably, but I don't know. That would be.
I mean, I could drink Imprint every single day, but
Yes, and the
Wolford Brimley be knocking at your door pretty soon. I mean, with all that sweetness.
It probably wouldn't last very long.
Yeah.
The blood
God,
sugar
that's
would
some
be so high,
good
but-
stuff. I don't know. I don't even know how we can. Yeah. I'm sticking with my answer. Nice Belgian.
That's your
Golden
story.
Rot 9000. Gonna lock it in. Final answer? Final answer.
So what's yours, Mal? Because I'm stalling for time here. I'm stalling for time.
So, for me, it would be New Belgium Fat Tire. However,
Really?
I just heard recently
The newer
that they're
the old.
changing. They're changing the.
We didn't even talk about
recipe.
that tonight. Yeah, we didn't talk about that tonight. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're
That was-
changing the recipe. They're changing the logo. It's all white now, and I'm like, it's an amber. Why is it all white? First of all,
Oh, they
but
changed
that
it
was
all
my
white?
crossover beer, and I
Yeah.
love that beer. And honestly, an amber is easy drinking, super simple. I can have it and enjoy it. If I can have that right after whatever shift I have ends, and then move on to whatever else I want to drink or not drink, that's fine. But I could definitely do the original Fat Tire every single day and be happy.
But you
See, I
wouldn't
think
have
I
the
think I
original
would
anymore.
still stick with two.
I know it's not original anymore. That's what kills my soul a little bit. But that was my go-to. That was always the thing that I was like, that I can always come back to is Fat Tire. And after 30 years, they're changing the recipe.
Well, here's
So-
the interesting thing.
See,
like,
and for that reason, I would say I would probably stick with Too Hard to Ale, just because. Like it.
Because Bell's ain't going to screw up and mess up their recipe for
'Cause it's
the
just
best
a good-
beer that they ever sold.
Right.
Yes.
You know what you're getting. Like every time you open it, it's like, okay, this is what it is. Like I get it.
So that's like something we didn't talk about tonight, really. But so you had the situation with Fat Tire, and Fat Tire, for those watching as well, like Mal brought up, they pretty much changed their recipe, they changed their image, and
Just
it's kind
recently.
of got some people feeling a certain way about it. But it's my thing is, I'm curious to find out, was this a Fat Tire decision, or because most people still don't realize New Belgium technically isn't craft anymore. It's
Right.
it's actually macro. They actually
When
are
did they get
under.
bought?
They got bought like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
they're actually under one of the. They're under. I want to say it's either Sapporo or Ichiban. One of them. It's under one of the Japanese
I didn't
companies.
hear about that.
Yeah, so
I
they
think it might be Sapporo actually.
but yeah, so they're not actually, and so in looking
Oh, that
at the
makes me
balance
sad.
sheet, I wonder if there was pressure that was applied to them because sales have been lagging in Fat Tire, which can happen in craft beer, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
years ago, Fat Tire stood out as an amber, but more and more breweries and craft that have taken off kind of compete with it now. So
Oh no, it was
sales went down, so it might have been pressure applied by their parent company. Who was it, Todd?
Kering.
Kering. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kering, who does Ichiban, is the one that actually owns
Yeah.
them. And so I wonder if it's something that was kind of pressured onto them to make a change because they're known for that craft brewer. They're known for that Fat Tire. They're known for that recipe. And to make a jump like that, not just in design, because we have craft breweries making changes in design to kind of modernize them, but to change the recipe seemed to be kind of maybe a move that was kind of possibly pushed upon them. So that's kind of interesting. I haven't seen anything to say if that was the case or not. I'm just kind of curious if that was why they made a change on everything.
So, as a craft beer fan who brought this question into it, I knew that Fat Tire was changing their thing, and I knew
Yeah.
that saying that would be my choice would be problematic. So, I do have an alternate, a backup, a safety.
Well, you don't
Because I
have to
knew
alternate.
that was an issue.
I mean, New Belgium.
So-
I still like their Voodoo Ranger series. I
Oh,
still
yeah.
drink their beers
Oh,
and
yeah,
stuff too.
heck yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
But honestly, my backup would probably be from New Glarus, the milk stout, or I'm sorry, their cream ale.
The cream ale?
New Glarus? Yes.
Okay.
Spotted cow.
See, I've never had the
Spotted
spotted cow
cow.
because you have to be there to
Really?
get it. So yeah, you have to be in Wisconsin, I think, to get spotted cow.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the only
No,
place
they
you
have
get
it in Chicago now too. But
Do they
if
really?
you come
Well,
over
they
here, I'm
okay.
giving you spotted cow because you haven't
Okay.
had it yet. Oh my god!
I
But
thought
here's
I
the-
could only get in
A
Wisconsin.
lovely drinkable beer that I could definitely have every day and not raise an eyebrow about having to have it. So
So my
that's
question,
that's my backup.
with spotted cow would be: is spotted cow still as solid a beer now as it was back then? Because I know the history of spotted cow, or is it like just a decent beer to enjoy? And I bring this up because a couple years ago when they had High Life from Cigar City, people were reaping praise on High Life being a great beer.
Yeah.
And then I had it and I'm like, it's not that much different than any of the other India Pale Ales I'm actually drinking out here.
It's not.
But people had known it from back then, so it kind of carried that stature about it. And so I wonder if Spotted Cow, if it still stands out or if it kind of just fell in line with everything else now.
I think you would be surprised. I really do. Honestly, the Midwest is covered in cream ale. Every brewery has a cream ale here in the Midwest. It's nonstop, all cream ale everywhere.
Yeah.
Because that's a great transition beer for people who have been drinking macro.
Mm-hmm.
It's an excellent transition beer. But Spotted Cow does have this creaminess that a lot of them don't have. I find that interesting. I don't know how they're doing it. I'm not going to ask them because I know they won't tell me. But
inquiring minds.
No, they're quite good. I appreciate the drinkability, the crushability of that beer.
Nice.
And if I had to drink that every day forever, I would if Fat Tire were no longer an option. I hear Chew outside. I don't know if he's coming in or if he's just,
he's making a ruckus,
messing with me. I hear his footsteps outside the door. No, he hasn't poked his head in yet. We'll see.
Tell him to make like a Sia type, just let us.
I can think of the pitter patter of Chew running by.
Like cover up his face so that nobody else.
Are you kidding? He pitter pattering nowhere, and you know it.
Chew.
There is no pitter patter with him.
Then he falls, and he's like, "Damn it!"
Oh, he's yelling at me. I don't know what he's saying. What?
Is he yelling at you to Michigan? I think Michigan
something.
was playing earlier. You might be yelling at the Michigan game.
Wait, Michigan's playing now?
They were playing earlier, I know. Virginia straight up legally does not let bartenders serve in more than 10-ounce Mallory hit on the head. Yeah, I mean, Ohio was the same way for some. Like, they give you the snifter. Now, Kentucky was supposed to that way, but...
the cat's trying to get in.
I apologize. The pitter patter that I heard was not Chew. He just came in and told me it was the cats trying to get into the room.
Well, how big are the damn cats? Not him. How big are the damn cats that they're making pitter patter sounds?
His cat is pretty pudgy, honestly. And it's not because we overfeed them. It's because she eats the other one's food when the other one isn't looking. So his cat is a little bit pudgy. But honestly, I thought it was him at the door. so that doesn't say much for his cat.
Joe told me to give you shit about being a half hour or so behind on the comments.
Oh, bam!
Well,
comments.
It's just the way the show,
Let's get some comments. We got this.
He says, "I wish I could join the show, as I'd read the ever-loving shit out of the comments."
He used to read the comments, and then that used to be Joe's thing. Yeah, Joe was our comment guy.
But he told me to just.
He was our play-by-play commentary there. Yeah. So Virginia is that way, but so in Kentucky, I would have some, like I would tell Todd, like some of the places, we had a place called Buffalo Bob's, and it would be like, oh, you went it short or tall, and it'd be like a 9 or 10 ounce beer, and it'd be like, or 9.5%, 10% ABV, and I'd be like, tall, Maybe 25-ounce mug of like this 10% beer. I'm like, shit. And it'd be like $5. I'm like, I am winning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
I'm
awesome.
and I knew in my mind, technically, you're not supposed to serve it this way, but I'm not going to tell them that. I'm not going to correct them on their job. That's their job, you know. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. Yeah. I'm going to deck and smoke a cigar now. I'm happy. I'm winning right now. 19.2 is about 560 milliliter.
Okay.
You know what? Yeah. I don't know why we have 19.2. Why not just straight 19? I mean, why do we have 16.9 and just not straight 16?
Weird.
It's
I know. No.
It's because America. That's why America.
Apostrophe America.
Yeah.
Yes.
British probably 20 ounce. Milliliter. Some brewers will give you the 600 milliliter. Because that extra 10, slide them a little spot, slide them a little pound, they give you an extra 10.
I always get extra
rules. If they have a Raven shirt on, don't serve them. Did you know I'm in Baltimore? What's this I got against Ravens? Not that I root for the Ravens.
My father and I both are Pittsburgh Steelers and Pirates fans.
Ooh, you got some rough years ahead of you. Ooh.
I know. I'm aware. I'm fully aware.
Although technically, Mike Tomlin still has not had a losing season.
But last year, I got to take my father, who has never been to Pittsburgh. His father was from Pittsburgh, but he never went.
Yeah.
Last year, I got to take my father to Pittsburgh for the first time for both of us. We got to go to a Pirates game. We got to see the fireworks and do the whole thing on the bridge. Like, it was amazing. Cool. We went to Southern Tier in Pittsburgh. We went to a couple other breweries. We had a lovely time. Pittsburgh is a wonderful city.
Yeah, you guys should try to get down to what's it called in August, the beer fest they have that over the black breweries and stuff. They do that every.
Oh, I would love that.
August, this is like August 12th, I think, weekend or maybe whatever. I can't never get there because my mom's birthday is on the same weekend, and we have to go to New Jersey all the time. But
yeah, we went in the spring, so maybe we'll switch it up, do something a little later in the summer, and check it out because that would be amazing. Yeah. He hasn't seen a Steelers game at their stadium yet either, but. Honestly, the tickets are so expensive. So I'm trying to work that out to get us all there and then see a Steelers game. The Pirates game was pretty cheap, actually.
Well, baseball, you could actually get some pretty good tickets that are cheap. Yeah. Like the Reds were that way.
It was a little more pricey. Heinz Stadium is not pleasant to.
Yeah. You're too young to remember, but your dad may remember. Like one of my favorite basketball movies of all time. The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh. Your dad might remember that
basketball. Movie. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
No, The Fish That Saved
not
Pittsburgh.
Baseball.
No, not basketball. No, that was the dude from South Park. Yeah.
I was just messing. It's cool.
The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh is a classic. So
yeah.
All right, I just thought of something. You know what Saturday is?
Yes, I do. I wasn't going to talk about it.
Sorry.
Actually, it's Friday and Saturday. I didn't really want to talk about it because it still hits the heart a little bit. So now that Todd brought it up, I'm gonna need a second.
He's got to gather his thoughts a little bit.
Oh my goodness!
So
what the heck?
This upcoming weekend, I'm surprised you guys should have drove up for it.
I know.
Friday and Saturday. I should pour a little bit out, but this shit's too good to pour out, so I ain't pouring that out. I'll pour a little bit more into my glass. That's what I'll do.
There you go.
Cincy Beer Fest. So Cincy Beer Fest is weekend at Duke Energy Center.
Cincy?
Cincinnati, yeah.
Oh,
Cincinnati. Cincy, yeah.
I apologize.
I'm like Dusty Rhodes right now. The beer may be hitting me. I got a little bit of a slur there. So.
Sorry, sir. I can't understand you. Talk with a little bit.
A little bit of a lisp. But 500 beers, Duke Energy Center, like they get like 200-300 breweries, just pure beer madness. It's a great time. Actually, my one of my managers, I sent them a thing in case they wanted to volunteer for it for this year because I would have a group volunteer for when I was up there. Literally, this beer fest now, so you can volunteer. They encourage you to drink and partake. Drink. Just don't be that person that gets, too drunk. But if you do become that person, guess what? They just send you home. So literally, I could drink for free, and if I get in trouble, I just get sent home. I don't know how I'm losing in this opportunity.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
Yeah. So Todd came up, and we've done it volunteering. And then we also went to it with me, him, and Shannon before too. But it's like Todd came out to work a couple times, and it's like we just sit here, we fill tables and put beers out, and we go around and drink and stuff. And it's just like literally, I'm drinking for free right now of all the shit that I can never probably find, and I can actually enjoy. And there's no downside to it, and it's just cool.
When was that? 2019?
Before it was the weekend before COVID hit.
Oh,
2020, that March of 2000, that
no,
February
that was when
2020.
Shannon came down.
That's when Shannon came.
Yeah,
but before
when did
that,
come
before
down?
that was the fall of 2019, I think, 2019. Yeah.
Okay. So Mal, me and Rod just worked this like grab and go booth or whatever they call it, where you just walk, grab a beer and go.
Yeah.
So we like literally took turns like every half hour, like we're just gonna go walk around and drink beer. You got
Right.
this? Yeah, we got this. I got this. We'll stand there and just just stand there and just make sure
It's like,
I've been a volunteer at a couple beer fests, and what you just said, like I was right there with you. Now I work for 2 breweries, and they're signing me up for these beer fests because I'm like, yes, I want to work them. Put me there. So that's been fun.
nice.
I actually have one this Saturday that I have to do
Nice.
in Woodridge, Illinois, where I'm going to be with a bunch of 30 other breweries. So it's going to be super exciting. And they told me, so this is the manager that when I interviewed, I said, I don't want to be a server. I want your job. This is the same manager. He messaged me and said, hey, do you want to work this event Saturday? If your husband wants to come, he can come, but let me know his t-shirt size so he can have the t-shirt.
oh yeah, Daddy should get it.
Oh, yeah.
T-shirt.
Nice.
Yes,
And I was
yes.
like, yes, I am 100% on board. Sign me up. I will work this, and my husband will come too. And when he's serving, I can go check out a couple places. And when I'm serving, he can check out a couple places, and we will have a lovely time. 100% on board, because it would have been $75 a ticket otherwise.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're getting it for free because we're one of the servers. So it's like, yes,
Yeah.
sign me up.
Yeah, it's like we work these things, and literally, this is my first. Well, I didn't do it this year. I moved last year, so I missed the one last year. But the last one I went to, I think, was when me, Todd, and Shannon went, and it was just like after a point, you've done them so much. Like I would literally walk in, and I'd have people there, like, "Oh, you trained me like a couple of years ago on how to pour beer and all." Like people wouldn't, and it was just like it was like a thing, and it was like they say, "Well, we volunteer," and it'd be like, okay, you're going with the red section or the green section or the blue section, right? But then you learn, like, as you're doing it, they're like, okay, we need people here, here, here. And like, you just hang back. You hang back. And they get people there. And it's like, okay, well, what do I do? Like, I'm hanging back, right? So I'm the rover. So I just cover when people need to cover. And then it's like, I'm all over at that point. It's just like pretty much enjoying all the different things and hanging out. And for me, it was great because I got to connect with all the different brewery people. Because usually the volunteers are pouring, but I'm talking to all the beer people and find out their stuff and connecting and building up kind of the great relationships and stuff. But if you ever get a chance to volunteer at a beer fest,
to my advantage.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that volunteers at a beer fest, it's a great opportunity to find more about the industry and get out there and do it. And I always say, we're out there, we're drinking, we're stuff, but it's not like, for me, it wasn't about getting hammered or anything either, because I wanted to be coherent when I'm having these conversations and I'm meeting people and stuff too. But it was cool because I go back a few years later, I'm meeting with guys from breweries and we're having beers that aren't even released yet. Like, oh, we got this new thing we're checking out. I want to come back, and we're having bottle shares with like key people from different stuff and meeting different things and making the connections. And the funny thing was when I was actually there after a few years and people would keep coming back and they get to know who you were, like as a volunteer, they'd be to come over. I was like getting asked questions all the time from people like, what beer should I do this or I should? And it's just like, we can ask someone and they're like, no, I don't want to talk to the guy from the brewery. I want to talk to you because you know all the beer. And I was told to come find Rodney at the table here. So, so it was kind of cool. It was fun. So I kind of miss it. I'm not going to be there this year.
Yeah, we're hoping to get to the point that you got to, where people are like, hey, it's them. We know. Yeah. Okay, we got this.
Yeah.
It would be amazing to get to that point. and you are constantly an inspiration to me.
Oh.
Just so you know, because you are. Don't roll your eyes and look to the side. I see what you're doing.
Now it'll definitely happen sooner rather than later, for sure.
I hope so. I mean, honestly, because we try to get out there and get.
It happens when you don't even
involved
realize. Like when I went to the one here in Baltimore in September, and I walked into one of the brewery places, it was Pariah Brewing, and the guy was like, "Yeah, you're Rajay from Rajay BeerVentures." It was the owner. I was like, "You know who I am?" And I'm thinking like, "Well, I got the hat on or something."
That's
He's like,
amazing.
He's like, "I watch your videos and I watch Greg from Greg's Beer Reviews." Because Greg's out of Virginia, so he's kind of local
Yeah.
from these guys. And I'm like, well, shit. I felt honored to be mentioned in a sentence with Greg, because Greg's like the OG out here doing the beer stuff. So, and it just happens. It's like people will start to recognize you. You keep doing what you're doing. You're getting noticed. It's just like, sometimes people get kind of question themselves when they're doing a lot of this stuff like that. But, as long as you believe in what you're doing and you put the time and stuff in, I think you will get recognized at a point out there.
Well, honestly, I mean, really, the bare bones of what you and I are doing is keep the breweries open. That's all we care about. We saw too many breweries not make it through COVID.
Mm-hmm.
We saw too many breweries, even now, who COVID hit them so hard they just can't go on. And it hurts our souls. And we don't want that to happen. So our first and foremost thought every time we walk into a brewery that we might film is, do we want this place to stay open? Yes, we do. Let's keep it open. That's all we can think about is keep them because they make a difference for so many people. Yeah. So many people get to try new beers and get to see what the beer culture is and see this brotherhood, sisterhood. I mean, I don't want to assign a gender, but honestly, there's not a word for that. Siblinghood of breweries. But there's this thing that's like, they all care about each other.
Yeah.
If someone opens a brewery in the same town where you have a brewery, you're not angry. You're excited because they're going to bring in people and you're going to bring in people and you can share the people.
Right.
How cool is that? They all care, and they care about the artwork that they create every single day. Like, even if it's artwork that disappears the moment it goes down a gullet, it's still art. And
I think there was definitely
showcase that.
There was a time when it was some competition, but I think it's become more of a collaboration process between a lot of the breweries and realizing 100%. That, we need to strengthen all of us, need to strengthen each other rather than competing against each other and stuff. And that's why you have some of the great collabs you have with some of the breweries coming together on stuff.
So
think about it. Think about like years ago, like breweries, and I shared a couple more recently, like on the Facebook page and on Twitter. Like breweries would never release recipes on their beer. Now you see more common. Now you see that common where they release recipes on stuff, and it's kind of like more of a sharing type aspect.
Yeah. So when you guys saw me open this, I didn't read the description. The stout aged in rye whiskey barrels with cassia bark, cocoa nibs, vanilla, and coconut water. What they didn't mention, as you continue through the bottle, because I'm that much left, it has a drying effect. An extreme drying effect. I'm so glad he brought me the water that he did, because honestly, there's a
big drying effect on the back end. Yeah.
As Gilbert says, it's wet. How can it be dry?
I know, it's true. And speaking of the comments, I know we have a bunch more to get through, so I'll shut my mouth now.
It's like, why do you drive in the parkway? You park in the driveway. It happens that way. So
exactly.
Old George Carlin joke there. But
I know we're way behind on comments. I'll shush now.
Dr. Johnny Fever, better reflex on that. Yeah, Dr. John. That was WKRP. That was a fun show back in the day.
It was.
And now he gets to his side job as an air traffic controller or whatever.
I was talking about Chew doing this actually, but that's cool.
If you go drink and ring a drive, son. I think 19.2 is like 568 milliliter. I'm pretty adept at the conversion. 330 equals 11.2.
Oh no, that's too many numbers.
Dude, you were like,
Your Joe's
Vanessa,
like,
you're like
that's like
Vanessa
math
right
facts,
now.
right?
Like, what is going on? You
Joe,
become
you're
Vanessa
killing
Kitty. Too late for math. Apparently not, because you pretty much nailed all the combinations there. Why isn't Joe in jeopardy? Did Todd grab another disappointed beer?
Thanks, Joe. Thanks.
Most of the concerns
Joe,
in
you're
St.
killing
Catharines, Ontario, and Toronto. Well, it's cheaper to shoot in Canada now for these
It
studios.
is.
True fact, the original movie capital of the country used to be in New Jersey before it moved to Hollywood. I don't know if you knew that or not. Thomas Edison used to shoot movie, and then the mafia tried to get involved, and that caused them to go west. Flick became a porn star. That just
I triple dog dare ya. Oh, that's a whole new animal there.
I think it was all about the tongue there. So yeah.
Yes.
Correct. We're going to run down the history during the tour. Only a small amount was actually thrown inside the house in Cleveland. Sons. Even I wouldn't think to drive pumpkin beer at this point. Ty, you're a man. Yeah, Todd's going into the pumpkin beers.
Hey,
Yeah.
but it was good till 2024, you know? So, hey, it's all
Well,
good.
Southern Tier is always good.
You know
fine.
what? And Joe does a whole week of pumpkin, so he knows pumpkin beer. So yeah.
Right.
So, which I'm still amazed that he does a whole week of pumpkins. I'm pretty sure the tongue scene was in Trinity Bellwoods.
Eric, I wasn't saying that he did that there. I'm just saying he was from a town in Indiana. So.
Stout season all year long, baby. You got that right, brother. I need to get. I want to drink again with Joe and Jack. Jack was hilarious.
Oh, God, that was so freaking
Jack, Joe's dad. We had a blast with him.
That was so fun.
Yeah.
That was so fun.
Got to get up, cross the street, and go to work tomorrow. Yeah, do you know? Don't you got snow in Canada right now? Searching on Chinatown for the Southern Tier. Peanut butter cup. I don't think it exists in Chicago. Yeah, the peanut butter cup is fantastic. I'll be doing a review on that one upcoming.
I was going to tell you, Ryan. I found it.
Found it?
I found it. It's in Louisville. I'm going to go probably tomorrow and pick it up because it's like 1 free in like the 100-mile square radius of Louisville.
Get that peanut butter cup. I'm telling you.
So I'm going to go get it. No, I'll be.
That may be the best peanut butter beer I've had.
Rajay, I want you to look at me right now. Hot Butcher, Fat Bear.
I've had it.
Peanut butter.
Big Daddy sent it to us. Big Daddy sent it to us.
It was better than Southern Tier. It was better than Southern Tier.
Not the peanut butter cup.
Oh, it was.
No, I've had them. I've had
Fat
them both.
Bear was better than the peanut butter cup.
I've had them both. Nope.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree.
Have you had them both?
Fat Bear was better than Southern Tier peanut butter cup.
You liked it better than peanut butter cup.
I'm gonna be a tiebreaker on this if I can get it tomorrow.
100%. I loved Fat Bear better.
And it wasn't bad. I just like peanut butter cup better.
Oh, nope. Hot Butcher won that one. Sorry, Southern Tier.
I'll be the tiebreaker.
Call the Popo?
Why are we calling the Popo? What happened?
that was 30 minutes ago. Look back, Rod.
Yeah, like what happened 30 minutes ago? The Popo had to be called. Everyday beer would be Yingling regular.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Big Daddy went that Yingling for so long, and he finally got it. I think what beer for him probably be Jenny Cream Ale. Yeah, Joe was big on that. I knew he was going to say Jenny Cream Ale. He loves the Jenny Cream Ale.
The Jenny Cream Ale is good, though.
Yeah. Don't make Joe. You don't have to make Joe feel better by saying that. I'm just saying.
Well, no, it's not a bad beer. I would still take Spotted Cow over that, but still.
Completely changing the recipe and calling it the same name is ridiculous in my opinion. So yeah, I mean they're changing the recipe and the label. Yeah, you know.
Especially when you pour it out and it's white now instead of.
No, the label is white.
The label is not the beer. The beer's still amber.
Oh, the label's white. Oh, I thought you meant the beer was white. Now I was like, okay.
Damn it, Todd, we're not whitewashing everything.
Big Daddy.
That's a good thing.
Big Daddy, you hurt my soul.
He's not a big fan of Fat Tire.
I noticed, and it hurt my soul.
Yeah. Spotted Cow, I totally agree with Mallory. If I could get it here, it'd be in my fridge all the time, including the fruit beers. So Joe's a big fan of Spotted Cow.
Yeah.
Got some Del Dole for every day. Yeah, that's out of Canada, I believe. You can't get New Glarus Chicago. Their motto is never in Illinois. If it's here, tell me where. Big Daddy said, tell him where so he can get it. He needs a beer run this weekend.
The Benny's in Vernon Hills. I have found it at the Benny's in Vernon Hills and Lake Zurich on occasion, but it's
Ooh.
rare. So otherwise, I have to drive out to Rockford and get it. But Rockford has it too.
You're slipping, Big Daddy. Mouse finding it. What you doing, son? You're not doing your homework. Get the Columbo hat on.
My cousin lives just south of Madison, so she lives just in the Illinois border. So she tells me, "Oh, yeah, New Glarus has this thing," and I'm like, "Oh, I will travel and find it." So I can't help it. Oh, choose back.
Yeah.
What does she want?
New Glarus.
So she just told me they don't sell in Illinois. It's on their website, but I know we found it, so you're silly.
You don't know what
It's so funny because he tries to whisper to you, but we hear him whisper, and it's just like, just speak up.
I know he's so nervous about being on camera. It's just his introverted nature in general.
Come on,
he doesn't
Chip.
mind if I'm like crafting and he like talks while I craft.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal for him, but honestly, when I'm live, he gets nervous. It's fine. It's like me having my hyperventilation before I actually go live with you guys.
I don't know. I don't
Even
know
though
why
you
you're.
It lasts a little longer.
Cheers to John, Distilled Brewed and Reviewed. Cheers.
Oh,
It's been a while, my friend. Check
It's
out John.
amazing.
Yeah.
Hi. He has the most comprehensive, like how he separated out his videos.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Playlist.
The playlist. Thank you.
Yeah.
His playlists are so ridiculous. Like he has every Scotch ale he's ever done, every amber ale he's ever done. Amazing. It's
I told Todd,
fantastic.
like he's not too far from Todd. They should connect some point and maybe have some drinks. So because he's over in Louisville.
Oh yeah,
Louisville area. Yeah, he's like in Louisville area. So
I did not realize that, but that honestly, his channel's fantastic and his playlists are.
Well, he does the beer, the spirits, the coffee. I think he's doing wine on there too now. So he's got like it all happening now.
Like he does everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
He does.
Yeah, seriously, I live across the street from my town. It's literally across the street. It's right there. Like, my job, yeah. They're like, I'm sick today. Really? We need to walk over and check on you. Like,
You still don't have Rod JB where you can just roll down the hallway and then.
Yeah. Oh, the Double is a Belgian brewer. Okay, I haven't heard of them before, but it's only like thousands of breweries out there. So if they are Belgian, I am interested. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's all the comments. I wasn't that far behind the comments.
All right, I shall return in just a moment.
Oh,
humor yourselves, gentlemen.
Easy.
I can go in many different directions.
Yeah, right. Oh man, no, it's great having Mal as a part of this show now. So a little bit of a different flair, so to speak. I never say flair. I think Office Space all the time. I love that movie. That movie is still a classic.
Office Space.
Yeah. It's like if you ever worked in a cubicle,
the more you watch it, the better it gets.
It's like anybody that works in a cubicle, it all makes sense. Like on stuff, it's just like you're watching it. And it's like I got a person in my office that's like that, or a person like that, or like It's just like how many of these emails I'm going to get on the same damn thing. You told me this. Like, why is everybody else telling me? Like, everybody keeps sending emails on the same thing. Yeah.
It makes me want to watch it.
I know.
Like, I totally get that. I totally understand it.
Well, the one person that one of my friends, she understands. She's like, I don't get it. Like, why you guys all like? I'm like, it's because you're Lumberg. She's like, what? Like, you're our boss. You're Lumberg, so that's why I don't understand it.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Classic. Snowfall coming back soon. I think within the next few weeks here. So
when is that coming out?
They've been pumping the trailers like sometime here in February.
Oh, nice.
They've been putting the trailers out, so I'm looking forward to Snowfall.
And this is the last season, right?
Last season for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, the show that caught me off guard a couple weeks ago, I need to catch up on now because I missed the last 2 episodes. The Accused on Fox. That's kind of an interesting one. It's like a
Heard a lot of people say that. I
yeah.
watched like first 15 minutes of the premiere.
Chickless, Chickless one. It was good by the end. It was like just where you want to go in this thing here. So yeah, it's definitely more. It's more into the legal type stuff of it rather than you think of it versus a Law and Order, but this one's more into the legal side than kind of the cop type side of SVU or something like that. It's good.
Denise watched that one.
She hasn't watched it, but I started watching it. She Last of Us is what we watched together, but she watches some other stuff like she's all into the cult shows. And stuff like that. I'm like,
it's kind of in that background.
Yeah.
She watched that.
No. I did finally watch the end of Yellowstone. I was like, "Did you watch?" I told her, "Did you watch the end of Yellowstone yet?" Because we didn't watch it. We were out of town that weekend. She's like, "Oh yeah, I watched it on my phone." I'm like, "You didn't tell me. Like I thought we were watching together. But I guess I'll watch it now." So.
Thank you. Shayna,
Yeah.
she's like, oh, I watched that. I was like, I thought we were watching that together. Watched that already. Like, okay, I guess we're on the road. That's
Then I watched that season finale, the mid-season finale, and I'm like, all right, Jamie, all right, you got some skills there. You pulled something out of your hat I wasn't expecting, and you got Beth off guard on that thing there. So yeah,
screwed in the end by that whole deal though. She's gonna
it's definitely
gonna screw him over bad.
Yeah, it's but they finally brought back Jimmy on that one. It was just like I don't know why Jimmy's getting the ladies, but you know, it is what it is.
No, that was when is the 6666666 show ever gonna come out? Like I don't think it's ever.
Well, you know, it's a real ranch.
No, I know it is.
Yeah, because at the end they had like a dedication to somebody that died. Knowing Taylor Sheridan probably at some point because apparently all he's doing is writing up shows every time. And now it's like,
I know.
do I need to watch this Harrison Ford Helen Mirren one now? Because I like both of them. But I'm like, was it 1923 or something?
That was good too. And I'm like, why do you show like 3 episodes and all of a sudden now you're on a break? Like you're on a streaming service. Why are you on the break all of a sudden? Like it doesn't make no sense. That one's actually pretty good. Well, they're all pretty good. They're all.
That dude's probably making Seacrest money right now with the shows he's got going.
He's making an obscene amount of money right now.
You watch Yellowstone, Mal?
So no, just because the streaming service it was on was Netflix, correct?
No, that's on.
Just on Paramount.
Oh.
Regular.
Yeah, that's not one that we actually subscribe to. So unfortunately, I haven't seen Yellowstone. However, I have had their ranch water that was brewed by Ironmonger Brewing Company in Marietta, Georgia.
It's funny you say that because they run ads for ranch water on there. I'm like, I've never seen it or had it, but yeah, I do see the ranch water ads. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. But that was brewed at Ironmonger Brewing Company in Marietta, Georgia, which was when we were down there visiting Brian the Beer Snob. We had Shane's Crap Beer Reviews and TK, Beer Day with TK. He was with us.
Oh,
and
nice.
Then...
Oh, he has good travel because he's in Ohio, so he got down there too, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that was super fun. That was last summer. But then, and we also had Starving Actor food reviews, but he also does beer reviews too. So he was there too. And then we all like gathered at Ironmonger and had a blast. So you get to throw axes. They're axe throwing.
Have you ever...
I didn't hit Chew. I tried.
Chew survived.
I tried. But Chew survived.
Have you ever have you spoke to Jay from This Guy's Thoughts at all?
Yeah,
because he's up in Ohio too. Yeah, we got together one time in Dayton and stuff. That was pretty cool. So we got together and did a video at one of the places there.
He does all those retro ads.
He puts the ads and
retro ads so much.
Yeah,
like seeing the old spirit water, but like it's like, so fun. I love it.
It's like Schlitz and Pabst and all these other ones.
Yes.
Make me feel old. Yeah. Check out.
He does the old ads. And it makes me happy.
He's a good guy. Yeah, we had a blast when we got together. We got together at it was in Dayton. I think it was Barrel and Brew House was the name of the place, but they had really some good beers and stuff there, and we shot a video and stuff. So he's always got great things happening.
Plus, every Sunday he does the coffee reviews.
He's doing the coffee now. I haven't seen the Sunday ones. He's doing the coffee now as well.
No, he was doing coffee reviews for a while because honestly, I'm a coffee fan as well as a beer fan.
Well, you probably watched John on Distill then with the coffee too, because he does doing the coffee reviews.
Yeah, definitely. There are some great folks out there who are keeping track, making sure those coffee drinks are just as good as they're supposed to be. But yeah, it's super fun.
Do you just drink it straight? Just black or with cream or sugar or anything in them, or just straight?
What, coffee in general?
Yeah.
So coffee in general, if I'm purchasing the coffee, not Chew, because Chew buys Folgers, and I'm like, ew.
Folgers. What's that? They had a jingle back in the day for Folgers, right?
Yeah, they did.
Something in your pot. I don't know.
Folgers, was it like Folgers in your cup or something?
Something in your cup,
Yeah.
I guess.
Folgers in your cup. It was the guys who did No, they did the soundtrack for Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? The
Same
Carmen
guys?
Sandiego song.
Really?
Those guys did a Folgers commercial, which made me so
Folgers in
happy
your cup.
because they
Yeah.
were like, a cappella kind of group. Loved it. But they had a Folgers commercial too. But
the Folgers pods aren't bad though. I've had those. They're not bad.
I've gone through the gambit. So right now is craft beer. That is true. Before this was Scotch. And I got to a point where I could drink a Scotch and tell you not only what part of Scotland it came from, but what water source they used for their Scotch.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Before that, I was into tea because I was working for Tivana. And I could tell you by sipping a tea, I could tell you what country it was from and what kind of leaves they used.
Damn.
Before that, I was a coffee drinker. So for me, coffee is insane. Like that was my first one. That was my baby for coffee. Like the first thing I really latched onto for taste. So for coffee, I could sip a coffee and tell you what country it was from, who did the brewing, and like what altitude the coffee was grown at. Like it was ridiculous. I got insane. So
did you
that's pretty insane.
Did you do Cuban coffee? Did you do Cuban coffee? Did you do Cuban coffee?
I do.
Because
now that it's allowed to come into the States, yes.
When I used to be down in Miami, you get some Cuban coffee, and it was just like, yeah, you were awake. You were awake for a while.
Oh yeah. And the Turkish coffee is the same way because the Turkish coffee has all the sediment in there, and that'll wake you up. But I've also had coffes that were picked by monkeys, and then they have to be eaten by the monkey and picked out by the monkey, and then
I ain't messing with that coffee. Yeah,
I've done all the coffee.
I'll pass on that one. Hard pass.
Every single November, I am at a coffee shop purchasing Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. It's only grown on Jamaica. It's only grown at a certain altitude, and it's only picked for 1 month out of the year. That month, they pick as many seeds as they can, they roast them, and they send them to the U.S. We are only allowed to have sales of it for about a half a month before Christmas. And I purchase a 1/4 pound every month to share with my father because my father is the one who made me love coffee in the first place. R.S. Pirate, those of you who saw him, I don't know if he's still here. He might have passed out. I'm not sure. But I purchased a 1/4 pound of Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee that is grown above 35,000 feet every year for me and him to share.
So what part of Jamaica do you know?
It is the northern section of the eastern side, but it has to be because of how the hurricanes come through. It like affects the growth. So yeah, but they have to pick it at 35,000 feet. That's
I know you were ordering coffee, but it sounded like you were doing a drug deal there for a second.
I know, kind of did. Like
trying to get a 1/4 bag.
Really? That's so funny.
Do it. You do you.
But when you're obsessed with a thing, you talk about it a little different.
Like Mal's like, you didn't cut this right. You didn't cut this right. This is pure. This is pure.
Her eyes kind of twitch a little bit, like I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's see. It's not really legit, you know.
My obsession with coffee was a little intense, I will admit. And when I moved to tea and when I moved to Scotch, it was the same way. I was a little intense.
Oh, hey, wife's not in my living room now. She's supposed to be in a computer craft room. Give me my alone time.
He was angry because I came down to use the bathroom. That's what happened.
Pretty sure if you see new cars in Illinois for sale, the liquor store owners made a road trip. Like they may have illegally gotten it. It's pricey. I've seen it once.
It's possible.
And bootlegging is still, occupation for some.
Still a thing.
I tell you what, for stuff I see on Facebook, I'm thinking about bootlegging some eggs around the country because apparently eggs are crazy right now.
Yes, 100%. Come my way.
I got a 4-bagger. Who needs 4 eggs right now? 4-bagger. Jumbo, not extra large, but jumbo.
Now you're talking crazy.
I got that yolk.
Now you're talking crazy. That's crazy.
It's like when did eggs become like the sense of the economy? Like everybody's talking about eggs in the form of currency nowadays.
Yeah.
Never like Dave Chappelle memes like, oh, you got some of those eggs? There, you got some of those eggs.
No, it's like I need the grass fed, man. I need the grass fed. Yeah. I've never been that huge of an egg person anyway, but it's just crazy. I mean, people are like, I see on stuff talking about eggs online, like. And I went to the store this last weekend. It was like $3 something for a dozen. Is that a lot? I don't even remember. I think it was like $1 something usually, or $1.50 or $2. But
there's
I feel like
it's
$3
like
now.
that or something. I don't know. That's what I was thinking too. Is like, if you want them, you're gonna buy them anyway.
It's like people getting gunned down in the street over eggs. Yeah.
Rod, my father said something earlier that I was teaching out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
I was teaching down in the Caribbean. I was on a small island.
It's a good teaching
And
job.
I paid approximately $9 for a dozen eggs when I lived there.
$9?
Yes, it was approximate, but it has to be flown in. So we didn't have like chickens on island. It was
Whole Foods. It's like Whole Foods or something.
We had chickens, but because they eat out of dumpsters,
There's no chickens.
we had chickens,
Yeah.
but they were wild chickens, so they would eat out of dumpsters. So you couldn't eat their eggs because they ate out of dumpsters first. It was
You couldn't kidnap some of the chickens and make them eat seed.
I know that would have made sense, but they didn't do it.
You could have started your own business down there, Mel.
I mean, I feel like this could have been some Wendy's spicy chicken.
And
I feel like
by the way,
Yeah, right.
by the way, everyone in the world thinks roosters crow at dawn. Screw you, because they don't. They crow all the time. They don't care. They don't care if you're sleeping. They don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't care where you live. If they're there and they feel like crowing, they're going to crow. They will make your life miserable. Wild chickens are a terrible thing to live near. Just so you know.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard of wild chickens. Usually chickens are like captured.
So my neighbor would lend me his Jeep. His Jeep didn't have the side windows or the back window were gone out of this Jeep. It was fine. It got me to work and back. It wasn't a big deal because it was islands, right? You don't think about it.
It's islands.
And so if the
cool
seat's
air.
wet, you'll dry out. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't tell you the number of times I borrowed his Jeep and there was a chicken egg on my seat in the morning when I go out to drive to work. And I'm like, oh, another chicken egg. And I move it over because I know he's been eaten out of a dumpster and I can't eat the chicken egg. It was so
who ate the
frustrating.
chicken egg? You moved it over. Did the guy that owned the Jeep eat the chicken egg?
No, he was from England. He had like the proper British accent that you expect of a person who works at a museum. He wasn't about to eat a chicken egg that was randomly laid on his Jeep.
So how do you know?
But they eat baked beans for breakfast, so you don't know.
Because I
He might
know
have
what
ate
they
the chicken
eat.
egg.
Yeah, but
I
I mean, it's
I
bad.
don't know.
They eat haggis. They eat haggis too, though, right? Some of them. So it's like,
This was in the Caribbean. This was in Scotland. This was the Caribbean. No one was eating haggis.
but they get some of that.
We had goat water.
What?
We had goat water.
What is goat water?
Goat water is a soup that's made with sheep. It has no goats in it. But it was called goat water.
And I'm crazy
It
for
was-
asking about eating haggis.
Did it have water?
We had goat water and we had bullfoot soup
Bull what?
and turtle soup. We ate sea turtles too.
Did it have turtles in it?
The islands were a weird place to
No,
live.
turtle
honestly.
soup has turtles, right? Like I've heard of turtle
Well,
soup.
yeah, it did
before.
have turtles. I was very
Well, just
pleased
make-
to find out it was actual turtles, and then I was sad because I like turtles.
Did you use the shell as a bowl?
No, they used
I mean, that'd
regular
have been
bowls.
reusable to be, take the. I mean,
Yeah.
sustainability. I'm just saying you can.
There were
Right,
a lot
right,
of
yeah.
weird things living in the Caribbean. I'll tell you what,
Here we go there.
a lot of weird things living in the Caribbean. You never know what you're going to run into. But goat water doesn't have goats in it, and bullfoot soup does have bull feet in it. Just so you know, if you
But
go
you
to
can't
the
eat an
Caribbean,
egg just because you know
that's
they're
important.
And this is why I stayed at the resort date when I went to the Caribbean.
Well, I lived there for 3 years. I couldn't just go to the resorts to eat. It was too expensive.
Sure,
Because
chicken on the
$9
beach.
for a dozen eggs. It was expensive. So
Yeah, that was a lot back then for
But I
dozen
think
eggs.
I was
then.
at least try
that
the
was
egg, just to make sure it,
2008.
you know.
But I would have
2008.
kidnapped an egg and I would have kidnapped a chicken and put them in your own yard and you could have fed them feed. Chickens don't care.
Somebody would have stopped me. Somebody, either the landlord
Who's gonna
or
stop
one
you
of the
from taking a
neighbors
wild
would have
chicken?
killed me.
Because they couldn't have chicken at the apartments or whatever.
No.
Oh. I mean, it's
No.
a chicken,
The landlord or the neighbors would have stopped me. There's nothing I could have done.
But see, that's
Yeah,
why I ask for forgiveness. I do it anyway, and there's a problem. I'll find out later.
Right.
That's how
I
that
know,
works
that's
out.
why you and I are different.
But the dumpster
I asked
eggs might
permission first.
the dumpster eggs might have been good though.
Yeah.
No.
But you
You
just
like pork?
over, just push them
Do you
aside.
like pork?
You don't know.
I do.
Well, pigs eat a lot of shit too. So it's like I'm just saying, pork's still
Yeah.
good.
But there were no
Bacon,
pigs on the
ham.
island. We didn't have pigs. Any pork that came in, it was from another island. We got it from,
What happened
Puerto
to my-
Rico.
Oops.
Strangely enough.
There we go. Puerto Rico, here in the States.
Yeah, all of our pork came from Puerto Rico. I don't know how I feel about that, but
From Puerto Rico?
yeah.
Why did my camera switch to my other
I was
camera?
gonna say you're in a different
I'm in a
room.
different camera. What the hell is going on? I'm being possessed
Woo!
here. There we
There
go.
you are.
Yeah. I got
We'll
two
post up.
cameras
You
here.
got too many
so-
cameras. This is the thing. That's the thing. You got too
I
many.
know he does all the fancy stuff.
I think it's the government spying on me again. Like
Probably.
I see you, FBI. I see. My buddy owns a coffee shop. I asked him to order a pound of Blue Mountain.
If
It's
you
60
didn't
a
want the
pound.
government spying on you, you shouldn't be posting everything online.
I just
Or
do it.
at-
I just do it to mess with them. Deny it later. Yeah. I worked
So
for,
I've had
I worked for the last
several
president.
people. I've had several people say, "How can you have an Alexa in your house that does the, Honestly, if they're listening in on us, they are bored as heck.
Exactly.
They're listening. They're listening to Chew fart, and then me say, "Hey, ew, that was gross," and then we're watching a TV show. They are bored out of their minds
Mel, we
if
say
they're
the same
listening
thing.
to our
Like,
Alexa.
if they're listening to us, then shame on them because they need better lives than what they
I
got.
know,
So
but
they got no life. Yeah.
guys, if these guys are getting paid $12 an hour to listen to Chew fart and me complaining that the farting is gross, and then us
Chew
watching a
fart.
television show. Honestly, I gotta say more power to them if they're getting paid for that. Because I'm like, hey, if I was getting paid for that, I'd be like, yeah, we need to keep listening to these guys.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm getting $12 an hour to listen to these guys be stupid. I'll take that.
yeah. Like stealing money. That's still
I mean,
It's
if
like-
I'm helping
it's like-
someone, I hope I'm helping someone.
It's like when I get friends put in Facebook jail, I'm like, what am I not doing right? I never get to go to Facebook jail. Like everybody,
I know.
I thought I raised enough stuff that people put me in jail, but they just don't do it. Like, who am I not pissing off here? Like,
Oh,
I got.
Like, what am I doing wrong here?
I'm trying to get.
I
I'm
have
trying to get a street rep, but you guys aren't letting me do it. Like, put me in Facebook jail.
I have a super funny thing. My mother uses Facebook just to stay in touch with old friends. That's all she uses it for. She's 79 now, so like she's not doing anything crazy.
Mhm.
But she got banned from Facebook for 24 hours.
Uh-oh.
One of her friends posted that her husband gave her a less than stellar anniversary gift. My mother responded, "Men suck," as her response to that. She got banned for 24
And
hours.
that band? Oh, wow.
That was enough to do it, and it was really funny for me. I love that my 79-year-old mother got banned from Facebook for saying men suck
That
on
sucks.
that comment.
Facebook's
She
so,
was so angry.
Facebook's so sensitive.
I know, it was so
That
funny.
was just the person reading was like, oh, okay, well, never mind. She's out.
Yeah.
I'm there for a day.
She's gender
Just
bashing. She's
the
gender
anniversary
bashing.
gift was wrong. That's important. Can't mess up that anniversary gift,
Yeah, don't mess that up.
or you'll get banned from Facebook.
I tell you what, this tiramisu stout is pretty solid.
Mhm.
Although the mezcal is still my favorite. But that's pretty good
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Well, when you go clear the shelves, let us know. We'll come visit.
I got so many freaking beers here that's just like trying to work through them all. That's like the funny thing. Like we do these
But
beer
isn't that
channels,
the
and people
problem?
think you drink all the time. It's like we don't drink all the time. That's the thing. Like we have beers, but it's not like I don't feel a need for a dry January because I'm like I'm pounding beers all the time. I'm
Right,
like, but
Right.
I'm like, so it takes a while to get through a lot of the stuff that we actually have here. But the problem with doing beers is that these breweries come out with limited editions at certain times of the year. You have to get them then, or you can't get them at all.
Yes,
And
exactly.
so yeah, you end up fucking hoarding beers and stuff. Although it might flip Mallory out if the apocalypse does happen. I'm set on beers. That's what matters. I'm set on beers. I'm good to go at least for the first early months of the apocalypse if things happen.
Yes.
When I'm
And,
stuck.
you
I'm
know-
stuck underground. I've got beers.
Well, first,
There is
we got-
historical precedent of surviving on the calories you can get from beers. So you can survive on beer for at
Yeah.
least
Oh, yeah.
2 months
Yeah.
before you need other foods.
That's what I said. If I'm ever on an island, it's like Survivor type thing, and it's just like
Mhm.
you got to get rid of people. I'm like, hey, I can make beer. Okay, you're in because you can make beer, and that's like a
Yep.
meal. So you got to keep me around.
Well, first thing we'll do, Mal, is we'll drive to Rod's, grab him and all his beer, and then we'll drive up to Vanessa's.
Vanessa's.
She'll take care
Yes.
of it. It's like food, whatever you want. That's all. It's all
Between my beer and Rod's beer and your beer,
Am I-
honestly, once we get to Vanessa's, we're set.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I was thinking. Yeah, and then it's like, okay,
That is literally a safe house.
But I
well,
tell you,
good.
do whatever. Hey,
if it's the day after tomorrow, I'm not going to make that walk like Dennis Quaid did. I'm just telling you, I won't make it. So you have to come dig me out of wherever I'm frozen to get the beer.
Right. right.
He's like, just stay there. I'll get to you, dude. You're like in DC. Like, how the fuck you get to New York? That movie, right then at that point, you're like, okay, all right, this is a movie. You let's get rid of disbelief at that point because
Can't.
being here in Maryland and seeing how far New York is, yeah, you're not walking through that if the freaking temperatures are dropping the way they're dropping. Like, oh, I did this in the North Pole before. Like, not like this. Not like this.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah,
No,
but
no.
you know, we go to the movies to have an escape. So for 2 hours, we'll believe anything out there. You know, yeah. I haven't been to the movies in a long time, actually. I don't even know if I want to go back
Yeah.
to movies anymore. I'm used to just watching movies at home now. Again, it's just like, why go
We
there and have
saw
people
one
talking
recently.
and chattering? And it's like, I can just be at home and chill and, you know, watch the movie. And now, because you get like the 70-inch TVs and shit you can put in your house, it's like you have your own movie theater. Why you go out?
Surround sound, whatever.
I went to Best Buy last weekend. It was like 70-inch TV, $240. What? I almost walked out with a TV. I don't need a TV, but I almost walked out with one anyway because it was so low.
Like 4 of them. What do I need them for?
No, Chu and I went to the movies recently. He's a big movie fan. Like, he loves going to the theater. He loves seeing the movies at the theater and doing all the things. I like doing that since they started serving beer at the theaters.
That's a good thing. I do, yeah. And you know what? The beer price is the only thing that seemed comparable. Like, you get popcorn, it's like really like $6 for popcorn.
I know.
$4 for Reese's, but they're like, oh, $9 for a 25-ounce beer. Sounds about right. I'm okay
Yeah,
with
that sounds about right.
100%.
I'm on board. Yeah. And Chu just commented, popcorn.
Yeah.
Because he loves the popcorn.
See, I'm not a popcorn person in the movie. I never get the popcorn. My wife does.
Honestly,
I don't. I just give me
but
some
the
Reese's
popcorn
Pieces.
at the theater tastes better than any
It's the
popcorn
butter.
you ever have. It
It is.
does.
She says it's the butter at least. So
It
yeah,
is the butter.
yeah.
It's so good.
Well, it's not
You can't.
butter, like oil.
Can't beat me. But you can buy movie popcorn now in the store, right? Like with the butter, or they
Wait,
say
what do you
advertise it that way.
Yeah, you can buy like the
Wait.
Orville Redenbacher butter or whatever. Which
Yeah.
Wait, Big Daddy said something about Blue Mountain coffee.
Oh yeah, that was the one he said earlier about trying to get a pound of it, and his buddy wasn't going to eat the other 4 pounds.
Well, it
It was like
is. It's
$60
really
a pound,
expensive.
yeah.
That's why I get a quarter pound whenever I get it, because it's so expensive. But
Blue Mountain's not Green Mountain.
I'm right
Green,
there with you.
Green Mountain ain't that good. I'm just saying, it's like the low bottom bin type
That's the-
coffee.
That's the office stuff.
It's like you
gotta
pop a
get Blue
pod,
Mountain.
you pop a pod, and it's like, why the fuck are there grounds in my coffee? It was like a pod. Yeah, it's Green Mountain. That's how they roll, you know.
Yeah.
Chew them up. It's nutrition. I saw a discussion about Southern Tier and the peanut butter imperial side. I help everyone's experience better in mine. Speaking of butter popcorn, worst beer I've had. Maybe that's crazy. Sorry, I disagree. Joe. My peanut butter cup imperial stout from Southern Tier, I thought was one of the best peanut butter beers out there.
Joe, you must have had Fat Bear from Hot Butcher. Hot Butcher sends you stuff. You must have tried Hot Butcher, and you know Hot Butcher is better than Southern Tier. No question. You must have had it.
I'm sorry. I think Southern Tier was better. That's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with.
It's a story and you're sticking to it.
Popcorn and Coke all day. It translates to popcorn. I just don't. The popcorn and
Coke?
I'll get the beer, and I'll get like
cola?
some Reese's Pieces or like
It's
Reese's
cola,
Pieces.
right?
Coca-Cola. Yeah.
It's cola, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm just making sure.
I mean, unless you're in the
Cola,
80s.
right?
If you're in the 80s, yeah.
Scarface or something, you know.
Yeah. And I like, I get a beer, I get Reese's Pieces. That's my candy to go to. I'm not so huge into popcorn.
The Reese's Pieces
Gotta
or
beat the
the cookie dough bites. The
Cookie dough bites are good. Those are good.
Those are good. Yeah, those are pretty good.
I'm going to disagree with you, Joe. I mean, that's just me. I'm
Bam!
going to disagree with you.
Yes!
I don't think you did.
Joe's with me.
I disagree. I
got someone with me. I'm not alone.
There are people that think the Cowboys will win a Super Bowl someday.
Bam.
I disagree. You do what you got to do.
Thank you, Joe. I love you.
I'm going to go buy some this weekend. Hopefully they have it. Now we'll, again, be deciding.
I told somebody earlier.
Knows the truth. Joe knows the truth.
Tom Brady may be the GOAT, but he can never beat the NFC East in the Super Bowl. The Cowboys missed their chance. They should have played against Tom Brady. They would have won the Super Bowl. Now Tom Brady's retiring. You can't get that opportunity again.
Time passed them by.
So I know.
Don't build up Joe anymore. He's already.
She's with him. She's right there. I have three. We outnumber you. Woo!
It's not by person, it's by weight. My weight is heavier.
You have no idea how much I weigh. I could be very ginormously fat. You have no idea.
I've seen you now. That's not true.
Yeah.
Shut up, Todd. Shut up. I could not have arms like noodles. It's shush.
Seriously, I love Southern Tier considering I'm not even to the brewery, but I couldn't believe how much I disliked it. It really smelled and tastes like it has some Diet Coke. Maybe it was his bottle. I don't know. Mine did not have that. I did not have any issues with it. Mine was like a Reese's peanut butter cup out of the beer.
Honestly, Fat Bear kicked butt.
Yeah.
Fat Bear kicked butt.
Fat Bear didn't even feel like a peanut butter cup to me. It felt like more like a Butterfinger, which is still fine.
Are you kidding?
Yeah,
A
we talked
Butterfinger?
about it. Like more like a Butterfinger on the
What?
crunch. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
me. That,
Like a Butterfinger.
it felt more like a Butterfinger than a peanut butter cup to me. I mean, it is what it is. It was still solid. I still enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. Hot Butcher does good beers. I enjoy them all the time. It just, I felt Southern Tier was a little bit better.
No worries, darling. I forgive you for your wrong views on the world. I forgive you. It's cool. And
Who's
she
it?
forgives you too. I just heard him say it from downstairs.
What was the whole?
We forgive you for your wrong views on the world. It's cool.
What was like the whole thing about the Catholic school back when I was like in first grade? Forgive me, Lord, for I've sinned or something.
Oh yeah, right.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
That is literally the level you're at in saying that Southern Tier was better than Hot Butcher.
I'm thinking,
So
that's
now
the level.
I have,
not better. I'm just saying the peanut butter cup for me was better than Fat Bear.
so now I have to pick it up now, just
Yeah.
Yeah.
to see and be the taste test decider. I'm gonna have to say maybe.
And I love peanut butter beers. Todd knows I love peanut butter beers. I go through them. Like before, I had like Tailgate Brewery out of Nashville is one of my favorite places to have peanut butter beers. They've always done a pretty good job, and this one I had up there higher than them. So, Fat Bear wasn't bad. It wasn't terrible by any means. It's just I felt it wasn't at the next level like I had on the other one. But that's
Hearing
me.
you say it was terrible even hurts my soul.
Somebody's.
Now, and I'm usually
away,
like
like-
on the other. I'm
Oh.
usually on the other side of peanut butter beers because I always get so high expectations. I'm always let down because it tastes so artificial. So I will be like, okay, let's see what the Southern Tier is all about.
It can be good. It wasn't as great to me. It was good. It was solid, obviously. It just when I tasted that versus the other one, I felt like I leaned more towards Southern Tier.
So, for the love of all that is holy, can you please do your Cicerone and come visit me so I can take you to the tap room? You can taste it off the keg and realize that there is none better
Yeah.
than this.
Let me see here. I can't wait for the YouTube comments where people get upset over the review. I'm sorry we have different pilots and tasting video beers. It is also subjective. You're right, my friend.
It is.
I love
It
that
is.
beer. However, for dessert stout, Southern Tier rules. My money would be on Southern
What?
Tier. I got to try. That's what Big Daddy said. So,
Oh, Big Daddy, come on.
There you go.
Oh.
There you go.
Man, you're my Chicago fan. Like,
and
come on.
Big Daddy sent me the fact that he said most overrated peanut butter beer, Sweet Baby Jesus. Never really liked it. And see, I like Sweet Baby Jesus, but as
No,
you have
this
as
is
you have more of the
Joe.
peanut butter beers, more
This
from
is not
Joe.
Chicago. This
Joe,
is
that was
Joe.
Joe. That was Joe there. But as you have more peanut butter beers, your perspective opens up, right? So when you had it in the beginning, it felt one way, and then later on you got other stuff. And Joe says, "Video, I hope you dig it though. I wanted to love it. Been drinking Southern Tier for 13 years at this point of the level. They're local. Just couldn't believe I dislike it. And it could have been. It could have been one of the things.
Okay.
It could have been how it was stored. It could have been all kinds of stuff. And like I said, I didn't have Diet Coke coming through on mine. Mine was pretty much straight peanut butter chocolate. And it was like right on point. It wasn't artificial. It had a great feel to it. What did I do it last week, Todd? I think on the show.
Yeah.
So you can actually go back and see when I enjoyed it.
Last week. Yep.
And it was tasty. I mean, I don't know if I was as speechless as when I did the mezcal tonight, but
no, you didn't.
it was
You didn't go through that
Good.
spell.
This shit right here. Where's it? Where's the one here? The mezcal. This right here. This was pure fire tonight. So this was the Eclipse Mezcal Barrels Aged Stout. All these beers from Eclipse were good, but this one was definitely the winner tonight. So that baby, smooth as can be.
I was waiting for his screen to go blank and then shut down. I thought you're gonna have a moment to
The
yourself.
rumor went from peanut butter. The Roma went from peanut butter to butterscotch to butter popcorn in about 30 minutes. Wow. Yeah. See, I didn't have that. I didn't have it.
Oh wow.
See, I didn't have.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking a whole different language to me right now. I don't even know what that is. I was not there. Yeah, mine was solid. So it could have been how it was stored too. You know, right? These stores that hold these things, you got to
It
worry
could
about
have
where
been.
they're stored and stuff. So there's a lot of different things that can happen. But I like the peanut butter stout, and I got a great deal on it too, which is awesome as well. So
Gotta love a great deal.
oh, I love the great deals. I'm like the king of great deals. It seems
Everybody knows that, Ron.
It's just
Nobody likes
question.
a bragger. Nobody likes a bragger.
I just get lucky.
No, it's
Yes, the
jealousy.
mezcal was the one that had like bacon and smoky notes. Yeah, it was. Yeah, this is like, yeah, if I could contact Eclipse and be like, can you send me like a case of these or whatever? This was like definitely a winner. The mezcal barrel. Yeah. Campfire in a bottle. Yeah. I can't say enough good things
You're
about that.
having a moment to yourself here.
Every time I pick it up, it's like, how you doing? Yeah.
You're like, why is it? Like, damn, real deal.
It's like, I'm gonna need a moment. Yeah, that one was pretty solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other two, like you said, the other two were good too, but that's the one that stood out to me tonight. I'll try it. I'll tap at the Southern location downtown Buffalo this month when I go to the Sabres game. We'll see if I get a different. Yeah, definitely. Give it another shot. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Get
Give
it
it a go.
Joe,
Give
Joe,
it a
you're on
go.
my side. Don't switch sides.
Hey Joe,
Come on,
you
Joe,
make-
do
With me.
Joe, do it.
hey, you know what you should do next month, Joe?
Fat
Next
Bear
month.
was better. You
Next
know
month,
it.
next month, Joe. You know what it is? It's March. You should get Oberon another shot too.
Yeah.
Give
Like,
O-
oh, no,
Quit
give-
that noise. Quit that
give,
noise.
give
Quit that
Oberon
noise.
another shot. You don't like Oberon?
Oberon.
You're not an Oberon fan?
They're
You
they
and Joe are
suffice.
becoming more and more alike. It
I was
seems.
gonna say her and Joe's like the same person now. I think.
They are acceptable. But honestly, I've had so many things that were so much better. I don't even think about Oberon half the time. It doesn't even occur to me to think about Oberon half the time. I did a whip beer thing for my friend who she liked Allagash White. That was the only beer she ever liked. And I was like, okay, I'm giving you all these whip beers. And I had Oberon in there, and that was the one she hated the most. See, Oberon just doesn't do it for me.
Oberon's solid. I don't know.
Mal, I feel like if you change your name tag to the Beer Patrol, we would never know any different.
You're right.
Hey, this is on the suggestion of a person who is not a craft beer person. So she could only handle Allagash White, and I had her try 6 different wit beers. And I hoped that something would, strike her fancy, get her into craft beer. Honestly, nothing even remotely came close to Allagash White, and her views on Oberon were less than stellar.
I mean, it's your palate, so it's all about what you enjoy. But I would, if you were going for a whip beer, I would think the Bell's like the winter ale would be something a little different that she may have liked.
I mean, their winter ale is fine, but it's too hoppy for her. She couldn't handle it because she's an Allagash White girl. Like she doesn't know how to
We're
handle.
not about race here.
hops.
We're not about race here, Mal.
You know how she
Cross
is,
the line.
like.
Don't cross the line.
Because I know you know people like her, people who can't handle more flavor than what Allagash White is going to give.
It's
Yeah.
offensive.
And honestly, Oberon is going to give a little too much.
Yeah, I hear you.
She couldn't take it.
Joseph.
We even had her have some like local ones that were like little local ones.
Yeah.
She couldn't handle it. Allagash was the only thing she'll try.
Allagash White's a nice one though, so I can't.
It is
complain.
lovely.
Yeah,
It's very drinkable for sure.
yeah.
I tried so hard to bust her into craft beer. It did not work.
Yeah, you know, it's well. I mean, if she's doing Allagash White, then she's already into craft beer. It's just finding her to go
Okay,
to
I'm
another
hearing
level.
Chu shouting a lot, and I don't know what it's over. Because honestly, nothing we said so far should have gotten him shouting like that.
Is it Michigan highlights?
I don't know if the cat
Maybe.
I'm thinking the cat spilled his beer, but I don't know what happened downstairs. He's like shouting a lot.
Shows that Oberon might be crossing the line. Joe and Mao are the same at the same. Yeah, right. It's like Michael and Janet Jackson. Never saw them together.
Wait, no, wait. Who's who? I'm not sure. I don't know.
I have less facial hair. Does that count? Because he has facial hair, right? I'm
I mean,
okay.
if you ever noticed since Michael Jackson died, you don't see Janet. I'm just saying.
All right.
Malaysia Oberon said it's an okay beer. Got talking about spring coming and whatnot, but Oberon Day, like the dessert day, I don't even think it. Of course, it deserves a day. It's Oberon. It's
No,
Oberon.
He deserves
this is
it.
It's
really,
like it's the first day of spring. Oberon.
honestly, it's
Oberon.
really.
He's like, I don't think it deserves a
That's how you know it's springtime. Is Oberon.
Oh, frick. No.
That's funny.
I controlled myself. You slipped before instead of swear. I stopped myself and didn't. But holy crap, did you just say that? Oh my god, that like hurt everything in my body. Like, oh,
Joe.
oh you're killing me, man. Rod J, you're destroying my soul.
Oh, twice on Sunday.
Yes.
We're going to spell Oberon, but it doesn't deserve it. Yeah.
Joe, I am 100% with you. Allagash destroys Oberon on every level. That is ridiculous to even think that Oberon and Allagash are in the same category. Because no. Oh.
Somehow Oberon's become the subject of Dave Chappelle's haters. Like hate.
Hey, I'm not saying that Oberon's bad. I'm saying that trying to put Oberon in the same category as Allagash is ridiculous. It's the same idea as trying to put craft beer in the same category as.
Well, I mean,
like
yeah, both use wheat or, but I consider
work.
a wheat beer different than a wheat ale, even though they both have wheat. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put them in the same category. But at least it's not a shandy. So
True.
That's what I got there. Like, yeah.
At least it's not a shandy. I'm with you 100%. It's not a seltzer. It's not a shandy. I got you.
Conclusions like fat beer greater than Southern Joe. Peanut butter cup Allagash like great Oberon. Malware equals Joe. Glad we figured it out. Yeah. Chew, mark that down for your math formula.
I'm 100% with you, Joe. And oh my gosh, I need to meet you in person so bad. I can't even tell you how much I want to meet you in person.
But now Chew is like, so I've got a female Joe?
Yeah. He does.
What I saw you. Yeah.
And I'm not ashamed to say that I am a female Joe right now. Because Joe is agreeing with me on everything, and you two are ganging up on me. So I'm 100% with Joe. I will say I'm a female Joe if it means you two stop ganging up on me.
Joe's still throwing blows. Allagash has flavor, and Oberon doesn't.
Agreed. 100% Joe.
Oberon has flavor. Oberon has a nice flavor.
Oh my god, are you kidding?
You get the orange. You get the feel of it. So I mean,
did you see Chew's next comment?
now I'm in love with two. Yeah.
Joe all of a sudden picked up another person on his side. Like,
Joe, I adore you, but I don't know if you can keep him because honestly, he's annoying as hell. If you want to keep him, he's really irritating. I don't know if you want to do that. He holds the camera all shaky. The camera's all shaky all the time.
It does have a nice flavor, Joe. It does. It's solid. There you go. I get the flavor out of Oberon. Oberon to me, yeah.
I have had much worse flavors. I've had much worse flavors than Oberon. I will admit, Oberon is not in my top 10 of worst beers ever. It has never crossed the threshold, even remotely, of worst beers ever. But when it comes to Oberon versus Allagash, not going to happen. No, Oberon's not even close. Allagash wins every time.
I mean, but then it gets into the subjectiveness of, what you're looking at there too, right? So I like Allagash. I like Oberon. I never really looked at them head to head against anything. So
I've never had Allagash enough to say yay or nay.
You need to do a head to head.
Head to head of Oberon versus Allagash.
You need to do a head to head, and you will see.
Nobody ever.
I would have to do a head to head like blind. So I'd have to somebody give me blind beers to do it, so I wouldn't know what was what.
Yes. Joe has it right.
Like it's there. It's wet. It has carbonation.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's wet, but it's dry. Yeah.
But Allagash beats it every time.
Joe is just throwing shit out there now. He's just.
Chew, what are you trying to do?
Trial period. Chew,
you're undermining the stuff here. You're digging a hole under what he's saying. Shut up.
I think Joe. I think Chew's thinking we're playing Trading Spouses or something. So yeah.
I don't blame him.
Funny.
But, well, it's 12:32. I need to go to work in the morning. So.
Oh, sugar, come on.
You go to work later. Todd's off. Todd's going to be drinking the rest of the day. So I think we need to wrap it up here. Because
Are you seeing Joe's next comment?
I'd rather not. But,
no, it's really funny.
I'm talking about shake camera or not. It's
You want him, you can take him. Let's see how this works. I think you'll send him back in a week.
I'm trying to level up with Joe. Oh, well, welcome to Love Connection. I'm Chuck Woolry. So. Oh, this is fun. It's great having you on now as part of the team, Al. So.
Oh, I love it. It's so fun. I apologize that I can only be every other Thursday. My brewery restrictions. I have to be there every other Thursday, but otherwise I'm with you. So
well,
it'll be fun.
Be so dedicated. So it's
yeah. No, it's great having you. So Mal will be here every other week with us, and expect more of these type of things in the future as we go through this year and talk about stuff. And hopefully Mal will bring us some different things of interest there from the brewing community.
I'm going to cause all sorts of troubles.
Yeah, we're kind of going for the ruckus, the R word.
Hope so.
We're looking for the ruckus to happen. And
jazz hands.
Yeah.
I have jazz hands full. We got this going.
A little Super Trooper shenanigans to take place this year, so we'll see what happens. But no, I think I'm going to sign off here. So I'm the only one that has to get up in the morning, so everybody else is good to go. But anything you want to add, Mal? Anything upcoming on your channel?
I am so grateful that you invited me to join you. I am so grateful to be here talking with the both of you, even though we disagree on several things. It doesn't matter.
How did I get to several?
Because you two are amazing people who I get to talk to about beer. Like, how amazing is this? And thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for allowing Chew to pop in through the door right now to say something. Oh, he's putting his hand in.
Yeah.
Saying goodbye.
He's saying goodbye. I thought he was going to say something relevant. But thank you so much. And this is going to be so much fun. I look forward to being part of your channel, even though it's every other week. So thanks.
No, you're welcome. No, it'll be a blast having you on here. And Joe's still trying to get the last shots in here.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, this fat beer is the best.
Let it
Fat
go,
beer
Joe.
is the best. Southern Tier doesn't hold a candle.
Let it
Over
go,
on his
Joe.
ship. You got
Let it go.
Allagash, yes.
This is where you say this
Very
section
good.
is sponsored by.
Yeah. You too, Trez. You too, my friend. Yeah. So,
Trez.
no, it was great having Mal come on. Obviously, next week we'll be back with me and Todd, and we'll talk about some different things there in the beer world, have a few more beers, and I may crack open the one next week that Trez sent. I could have done it tonight, but I had the other ones already out. But he sent me the one. I have another one
Rod,
of the Brooklyn.
A question. I know I'm not going to be there next Thursday because I have to work. But for the Super Bowl, when it comes to the places that the teams are from, can you throw in a thing that's like your favorite beer from the two places that the teams are from for the Super Bowl?
From Philly and from Kansas City.
Oh,
Yes. Can you throw in something for me? Because I just throw out your favorite beers from those places for those two teams as they go into the Super Bowl.
There's something to think about for next week. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Philly and Kansas. I'm trying to think Kansas City. I had the beers that Two Blondes sent me previously. They were out of Kansas. I'm trying to think if I had some of the other ones.
They're a fun channel.
Yeah. Two Blondes drink beers, always solid. Philly's right up the road for me, so I'm trying to think of what I have from there too. But yeah, I have to think about that for next week. Yeah,
no, I would love to see your Super Bowl picks for
Super Bowl City beer segment. So
I would love that. I would love to see that after the fact. I know I'll watch it when I'm done with my shift, but I would love to see what you come up with.
And then
you're true, Joe. I've had a lot of good Boulevard beers too. That's Kansas City as well.
Ooh,
so you are right.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so those the majestic words.
Oh, Joe.
Joe, how do you really feel?
Definitely some good ones. Yeah, right, Joe. Like, yeah. Joe's got that inner. He's like he's trying to put it out there too much. So we don't think people put stuff out too much. They got an inner love for it. So they're trying to distract people away from it. You know, they hate stuff so much, and then all of a sudden you find out they were closet people for the thing, and they were saying they were hating, right? So yeah. So we know Joe has
You're
Oberon.
just picking a fight with Joe right now.
Joe has Oberon in the back of his fridge right now, but he's trying to act like he doesn't have the Oberon. I know how it is.
I don't drink that. No, I don't drink that.
Yeah. I would never do something like that. And you find out they're guilty of doing just what they said they wouldn't do. That's Joe right there.
But I would love to hear your Super Bowl picks for beer specific.
That could be interesting.
That is a thing that I want to hear.
I gotta make a note here. See, you could tell Shannon Todd. I have a notebook.
I was gonna say we're sitting down.
Yeah.
You can write shit down so you can, you don't have to do that.
Super Bowl beers.
Can't believe you're giving them homework. You are a teacher.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you
I know, right? I know, Chew, right? Like she's giving me assignments. She's not even gonna be here.
But I want to see what your thoughts are. I'm interested.
Yeah. If I had time, I'd probably make a Super Bowl bracket of different one side Kansas City and one side Philadelphia and have the beers kind of head off. But I don't know if I had time.
You got a little time. You got a little time.
Week, Rod. I mean,
what else? You got a week.
I got other shit to do. I'm planning. I got Liquid Intrusion on next Tuesday night. Liquid Intrusion's coming into the house, so
super excited about that too.
That'll be a great. I'm happy to have them on and try to get some more of the other breweries on too. So, and if your brewery where you're at, if they ever want to come on, Mal, let them know. I'll give them a spotlight to come on and talk about the brewery there. Or if they want you to represent them, that's fine too.
I will talk to the owners and see if they're comfortable with me being live while like being there,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
I mean, we get a Chicago contingency now, so
That'd be
That's
cool.
true.
We can talk about the beers they're doing up there and
That's
stuff.
true. We have a good Chicago crew that shows up to your live streams for sure.
Yeah.
So I will see what I can do, but I have to talk to the owners first to make sure they're okay with it.
Joe, you don't know my life. You don't know my life, son.
Oh, Joe,
That's a
you're
good
so
call. That's
funny.
a good one there, Joe. That's a good one.
Act like you know me, son. He said, "I'm ready to get in a buttery mess of a beer called Southern Tier Peanut Butter Cup and a pint of Oberon. Just hate. Just fear. Where does the hate come from? I need to get Joe counseling sessions."
Oh, Joe, you and I need to hook up. Seriously, we need to
Deep down
talk.
angry. Deep
We
down
Yeah.
angry.
need to talk.
From somewhere.
I need to give Joe the dial. Where did it touch you? Where's this pain coming from?
Yeah, right.
Where does Southern Tier hurt you?
The vicinity area. You don't have to be a direct.
It's good that you're like mirroring onto other things. Oh no, it's just because the beer sucks. Shush.
Where's this inner pain coming from? So
Joe knows. I know. I'm right there with him.
it's mostly in my heart valve.
Oh, Joe.
Oh shit! Oh man,
Oh, Joe, you're so fun.
Joe is awesome. Joe's always been great. So I need to connect with that kid again at some point.
Good
We had
stuff.
such a blast when we all got together and drank beers and stuff. So I'm actually closer now since I'm in Maryland. He's in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding.
At some point, I was telling like last week we were talking. I think I was talking to Alex or Kyle. We had Kyle on last week. And I was talking about,
Yeah.
I do want to get to Beer Palooza at some point. It's just getting the timing and stuff down. But Beer Palooza is what they do on the East Coast now, where they get like the East Coast YouTubers get together. Like Joe is there and Bumpy and East Coast Beer Reviews, Nerd Sense.
Chu and I are hosting the one for the Midwest right now.
Yeah.
I talked to Bumpy. He is not able to come, but I have Brian the Beer Snob, Blue Ice. Wayne's beer delivery is still figuring out. Nutmeg to Palmetto is coming. I have Alkanauts are coming.
Alkanauts,
Shane's
nice.
Yes, the Alkanauts are coming. Shane's coming. So we have, well, we're fighting with the Airbnb to try and get 8 bedrooms at least for the several channels that are coming. We have 7 signed on for sure, but we're doing a Midwest thing. And honestly, if you want to check out Chicago, and Todd, Shannon, if you guys are available, if you want to come up to Chicago, it's July 21st through the 24th. Come up and hang out with a bunch of beer folks. We're going to have fun.
Okay.
We're going to take everyone around to a bunch of breweries. We're going to check out a lot of things. So if that's a thing that you're interested in, please message me. I mean, you have my my phone number, so text me.
All right. Yeah, for
But
sure.
we definitely have space. So if you want to come, it would be super fun to have you there. I know Paul of the Alkanauts, he's bringing his wife. Shane is still figuring out if he's bringing his wife or not. But honestly, it's going to be a super fun time, and we're going to have a lot
That'd
of
be
fun.
fun. Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
So July 21st through the 24th.
Okay.
If you want to check out the beer scene in Chicago, we will take people all over the place. It'll be super fun.
All right. I have to write it down so I can remember to try to
You're
think
not
of-
writing it down. You're not going to remember it all. I'm going to have to
I
text.
will. I'll put it in my phone right now. 21st.
I'm going to have to text
Right.
Shannon to make sure this happens.
No, there'll be no chance if I tell her that.
But I'm
Yeah.
putting it out there for anyone who wants to check out the Chicago beer scene. We still have a little space. We would love to
June
have more
21st
people.
to the 24th, right?
21st through the 21st of July, 24th of July.
July. Okay.
July. Specifically July. Yes.
21st through the 24th.
Correct.
Okay.
But we're going to have an awesome time.
Nope. I got it down right there in my.
Thank
phone.
you.
There you go.
He just deleted it.
He just deleted it. She just said he deleted it.
You're so good, bad. What are you doing to stay awake?
Yeah.
But for goodness sakes, I mean, any chance to check out the Chicago beer scene and like be able to share a space with a bunch of people so you don't have to pay as much, it's worth it, right? So, 100%. Rod, I would love you to be there. I know you have a lot of things going on, and I know that's hard for you, but it would be neat to meet you in person.
It would be awesome. It would be, yeah.
And if you're here taking a test or something for Cicerone, you know.
I don't think I'll be ready for that part of it yet, but yeah.
I know.
But
that was my hopeful heart talking. Sorry.
It was my heart. Yeah.
It was my hopeful heart talking.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll sign off now for 5th time. I think we're trying to sign off. So yeah. So
as long as Joe keeps talking, he's still.
Oh my God!
Don't.
Yeah, don't encourage him. He'll keep going all night long. So yeah. But thanks for everybody that tuned in. Thanks to Mal for signing on, being part of the team now, to join me and Todd for our wackiness. And now you know what to expect every other week right now, as Mal will be jumping in and bringing in some other opportunities. And of course, Chew giving her a hand will be around as well. So yeah. But next week we'll be back again. We'll talk about some stuff, and Mal brought up a good thing for homework, so we'll look at maybe Super Bowl beer picks for the Super Bowl cities and some of our beers from those cities. Maybe we'll have like a showdown between them or something. We'll see.
I love it. I love it. I would love to watch that.
Yeah. And that's really all I got. So anybody else got anything?
Nope.
Cheers to everybody out there. I've had 3 barrel-aged stouts and I'm feeling pretty good. So I'm going to crash and get up in the morning, and that's why people are calling me so early. But yeah.
As Joe was on you.
But you had a 0.0 to start now, so we can't really.
I had 2 really strong ones. Give me some credit, man.
That kind of
Hey, lower the ABV. Come on. Honestly, I haven't seen you in person, but honestly, I do think you weigh at least a couple pounds more than I do.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or Todd? What Todd disappeared?
I think Todd weighs a couple more pounds than
I don't know what's going on now.
Even if it's like 2 or 3 pounds, I think you both weigh a little bit more than me. So a 13.2 is a little much.
I don't know how I feel about those things.
Yeah. We'll have to build you up a little bit more. But
Todd, you are 4 inches taller than I am. 4 inches taller than me.
I'm just kidding, Mel.
Honestly, you stood like way up here when you stood next to you. Are you kidding?
I was just kidding.
Is it really about the inches, though? Is it about the inches?
Well, I mean,
no. ABV, alcohol by volume of a human being. I'm not saying I'm skinny. I know I'm not. But holy crackers, you're 4 inches taller than me, Todd.
I was just kidding.
So it is about the inches.
Apparently so. Yeah, now it matters.
It's cute. I made them all awkward.
All right. Good night.
All right. Say good night, Gracie. Good night, Gracie.